Call on the honourable member for point 14.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the members of this House for allowing me the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the 2016 budget as the Minister of National Security. It is in fact a signal honor for me. I consider it another opportunity to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I wish to offer my sincerest congratulations to you for your appointment as the Speaker of this most important House. Over the last couple of days, the decorum, the professionalism, and the discipline that you have shown, I believe, has ushered this House into a new era. I wish to also extend my thanks and appreciation to my constituency of Point Fortin, the people of Point Fortin, who have overwhelmingly elected me as the Member of Parliament for the Point Fortin constituency with a 60.47%, almost 10,818 votes, the difference of 3,743, my closest rival. I want to take this opportunity also to extend my thanks and appreciation to the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, for the quiet confidence that he has placed in me in appointing me as the Minister of National Security. I wish also to compliment the Minister of Finance for the budget that he has skillfully delivered with good content, and more importantly, for the allocation that he has given to the Ministry of National Security. I wish also to compliment and praise my wife and my family for the unstinting support that they have given to me throughout this entire period. Madam Speaker, I wish to pledge my unflinching commitment and dedication to execute my responsibility as the Minister of National Security and the MP for Point Fortin in a very professional manner. I say I will certainly do my best and let God do the rest. My approach would be holistic. It will be all-embracing to treat with all the many issues and challenges in the national security environment. Madam Speaker, national security is a very highly contested term. It means a lot to different people in different areas of the world. It is different in Asia. It means something different in Africa. It means something different in China, different in India, different in North America, different in Central America and South America. And for the member of Oropouche West, it means something different in Japan. It is a very elastic term, Madam Speaker. It can stretch to mean a number of different things depending on the situation and depending on the occasion. But basically, national security is about survival. Survival of the state and survival of the individual. It's about creating the environment for sustainable development. It's about creating development for people to live in peace and harmony. It's about securing people, the environment in terms of the territory itself. It's about securing the assets in terms of, in our case, our economic assets, our infrastructure. It's also about reputation, Madam Speaker, our democratic values. And you recall in 1990, myself and even the member for W. O'Meara were part and parcel of securing our value, our democratic value in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. National security is in fact the sum total of the policies, the strategies, the institutions, the finance that established to treat with the threats to our state, our Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. There is no area of public policy that is as important in terms of manpower, money, and resources, nor evoke as much controversy as national security, Madam Speaker. And so as such, it is important to point out that this government, there is no greater role no more important obligation than the security, protection, and safety of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. It is a foundation of prosperity and the best assurance that future generations will have a place to live, a place of hope in a very troubled world, Madam Speaker. Securing the nation state is not just an option of policy choices. It is in fact the sine qua non to the very existence of the rule of law and democratic entitlement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is now public fact that the Ministry of National Security has been allocated $10.8 billion in this year's fiscal package. I wish to assure this House and other members and the public at large that this allocation will be prudently allocated, monitored with astute financial management for the benefit of the people, the safety and security of this country, Madam Speaker. It is also important to note that under this new government, there has been alignment of agencies to the Ministry of National Security with good organizational practices. The member for Superior, Madam Speaker, in a contribution raised the issues that the budget was a budget of deception because the Ministry of National Security's allocation was based on the return of agencies such as the prisons, forensic science, and NOC, etc. I believe that the member missed a very important point, that this is an issue of organization management and not budgetary allocation. It's quite clear that the previous administration's attempt to create additional ministries caused confusion and chaos. And so this government, in keeping with good organizational practice, has realigned those agencies in a fit-for-purpose structure, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam Speaker, budget does not shape security. The security imperatives shape the budget, Madam Speaker. I treat now, Madam Speaker, with the characteristic of the security environment as exists today. Madam Speaker, the national security environment is shaped by murder. Murder is a number one. It's in fact the barometer that is used to measure crime in most jurisdictions. But it's also shaped by gang warfare, illegal drugs, illegal firearms, terrorism, human trafficking, and money laundering. We also experience transnational organized crime, cyber crimes. When we talk about terrorism, Madam Speaker, we do have instances where we have people of Trinidad and Tobago have been identified as part of the ISIS phenomenon. But more importantly, transnational organized crime are becoming very sophisticated, technologically capable, and resilient. Madam Speaker, English philosopher Thomas Hobbes once said that in the state of nature, life is short, nasty, and brutish. This is the war of all against all, where everybody tends to defend themselves. With the coming of civilization, man decided to surrender that inalienable right to defend himself to the state. Hobbes called it the Leviathan. And therefore there was a social contract between the citizens and the state. That social contract exists today, even in our jurisdiction in Trinidad and Tobago. So that the citizens are surrender some part of their ability to defend themselves for the protection of the state. When I look, Madam Speaker, at the last 5 years, I believe, and I truly believe, that the social contract of the last administration and the people of Trinidad and Tobago was extremely broken, Madam Speaker. The state failed to secure the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And this was done by the dismantling of several security institutions with no plans whatsoever to meaningfully replace those institutions, Madam Speaker. One can look across the security institutions right now, Madam Speaker, and look at the leadership. There's a lot of stress and strain in the leadership at this point in time, Madam Speaker. I speak of the fire services, for instance. The chief fire officer is an acting position. The officers just underneath him, they're all acting, Madam Speaker. The same exists in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. We have an acting commissioner of police. He is the only substantive deputy commissioner of police. All the others are acting, Madam Speaker. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. The Chief of Defense Staff has been given a year extension. The last time that this was done was in 1970, Madam Speaker. when the late Brigadier Jeff Serrat was returned to deal with the then mutiny in 1970. So you understand, Madam Speaker, that across our very institutions, our leadership positions are very untenable. There are no substantive positions across our institutions as far as leaderships are concerned. In key institutions, the prisons is similar, Madam Speaker. Immigration, similar, Madam Speaker. All acting positions. But when your institutions are based on acting leadership, it transmits down to the very organizations themselves in a state of very unstable situation, Madam Speaker. And this, Madam Speaker, this government intends to fix as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, there is a crisis facing national security, not only in terms of leadership, but there's a combination of leadership and some antecedent factors. But in order to fully appreciate that, Madam Speaker, I ask you to bear with me as I look briefly in the rearview mirror. If I go to list all the instances, it will take us all day, but I'll list just a couple, Madam Speaker, and some antecedent factors that help put us in a position where we are at this point in time. Madam Speaker, the previous administration entrusted with power, but short of any meaningful strategy and policy, relished in the glory of power, position, and public adulation. However, one of the first ministries to suffer adversely was, in fact, the Ministry of National Security. There have been appointment of 5 different ministers and 3 junior ministers in the Ministry of National Security over the 5 years, Madam Speaker. In any organization, for leadership to be effective, it must be stable. If you have to change ministers almost 1 per year, it suggests to me, and it means that the very institution, the very ministry becomes very unstable. And I would say, on entering into the Ministry of National Security, I found a number of very confused and demoralized staff, Madam Speaker. Because every minister that changed, over the 5 ministers that changed, brought a different kind of philosophy, a different kind of management. So therefore the staff had to keep on adjusting and adjusting. And I assure you, Madam Speaker, that this Minister of National Security would ensure that there is some stability returned to the Ministry of National Security. Madam Speaker, I talk again about another issue, and this is the Rishni Ramnaran. This has been beaten quite some time, but I raise it not to talk about old talk, but to show the fact that this had an effect on our intelligence agencies, Madam Speaker. The effect of the Rishni Ramnaran scandal to date has had a tremendous effect on our intelligence agency. This decision truly destroyed, to a great extent, our intelligence apparatus, and certainly affect our concomitant effect or effort towards crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I trust I go into another area that had some debilitating effect on the situation in Trinidad and Tobago, and that is the offshore patrol vessels, Madam Speaker. The member for Oropouche West speak about using technology instead of offshore patrol vessels. I think she has a very parochial view and don't understand the nature of security, Madam Speaker. You see, in the area of maritime security, one has to understand that the concept is based on a 3-tier system. Tier 1 is based on providing assets from your shoreline to 3 miles. Tier 2 is based on 3 miles to 12 miles. And Tier 3 is based on 12 territorial waters. We are an archipelagic state, Madam Speaker, which means that our territorial lines go way and extent from the last of our islands. So therefore we have a great deal of water to patrol, Madam Speaker. And so if we are acquiring assets to treat with our maritime domain, we must consider the offshore patrol vessels. I use a simple analogy, Madam Speaker. If you have a house on an acre of land, and you decide that you want to fence that house, would you put that house close to your house on the perimeters of acre of land? I answer, Madam Speaker, you would definitely put it on your acre of land. And so if you're protecting Trinidad and Tobago, it suggests to you that you put it at the outermost extreme, which is your territorial waters. What are the assets that can patrol those waters? And I submit there's the offshore patrol vessels, Madam Speaker. But I want to also add that I was the Chief of Defense Staff at the time when we procured the offshore patrol vessels. And it was based, Madam Speaker, not on a political decision. It was based on a strategic analysis of the then security environment within Trinidad and Tobago and our regional partners. At that point in time, Madam Speaker, the Caribbean waters were patrolled by what you call the ship rider, the U.S. Gentian. It was a ship that patrolled from Bahamas in the north to Guyana in the south. During the time of our strategic analysis, the U.S. had pulled that vessel out of the region because of commitment in the Far East. There's also what you call the West India Guard ship, Madam Speaker, that the British had patrolling in our territorial waters, external waters. They had pulled that out also from the region. And therefore, based on negotiations with the United States and so on, it was felt that Trinidad and Tobago was the only country within the Caribbean, within the English-speaking Caribbean, that can fill that void. So we had a regional commitment to protect our CARICOM neighbors as far north as Antigua to all the way south in Guyana. But additionally, our other offshore patrol vessels are required to patrol our own economic assets in the East Coast, our platforms in the east and the north coast of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. I say this for people to understand that the offshore patrol vessels that were procured under the People's National Movement was designed to give us the kind of blanket security that would have protected us in this country over the last 5 years, Madam Speaker. In the absence of those vessels, what we have seen is definitely an increase in the penetration of our borders, of arms, ammunition, human trafficking, and the like, Madam Speaker. When one look, for instance, at the amount of arms that were seized over the last 5 years, according to the police statistics, 2,750 weapons were seized over the last 5 years. Those were only seized, Madam Speaker. I'm not even counting what have not been discovered. So you understand the volume of arms and ammunition. In terms of ammunition, 40,484 rounds of ammunition came into Trinidad and Tobago that was seized over the last 5 years. These are a result, Madam Speaker, of the absence of maritime security during that last 5 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I change my attention now to look at some of the institutions in national security. I focus now on the National Operations Center. The projected expenditure for the NOC, as it's called, was $789,264,432 in 2015. There's 190 plus million was estimated for current transfers and subsidies, and 599 plus millions for the development program, Madam Speaker. Salaries over that period was over 24 millions, was estimated for fiscal year 2015. The estimated salaries for this year, for 2016, is about 82 millions in this projection. Goods and services, the estimate of 2014-2015 was 158.5 million. And projection for this fiscal year is $218.4 million, Madam Speaker. Minor equipment was another $2.8 million. And in 2016, we're looking at an additional $7.3 million, Madam Speaker. So therefore, when we look at the National Operations Center, we're talking about over $1 billion, Madam Speaker. The NOC, for example, signed an agreement with the National Helicopter Services. That was an open-ended contract. The NSL billed and the NOC paid. The helicopter wing of the NOC fell with a frenzy, it seems, Madam Speaker. We are now being requested to purchase new helicopters, as 4 new helicopters were to be acquired at a cost of additional $534.6 million. In addition, a further $32 million were to be spent for the lease of 2 additional helicopters beyond the 4 to be purchased, Madam Speaker. Add to all this, there's another $42 million for salaries of the pilots and supporting staff. Madam Speaker, to date, there is no evidence to suggest that even as far as this expenditure is concerned, that we have been receiving value for money from that entity, Madam Speaker. And so, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that the full audit on the way and the manner in this NOC will certainly assist in determining the way forward for this institution, Madam Speaker. The acquisition of armored personnel carriers, commonly referred to as APCs, Madam Speaker. I fully support the acquisition of APCs because it's something that has been there since 2003, 2005 in terms of the regiment's analysis. What I don't support, Madam Speaker, is the manner in which the procurement of these APCs have taken place. Without the knowledge of the Permanent Secretary, a former Minister of Government ordered 6 APCs from a foreign firm to the tune of $12 million, Madam Speaker. There was no procurement. He simply wanted 6, and he ordered 6, Madam Speaker. This has now become my problem, as there are issues beyond the procurement of these vehicles. This, Madam Speaker, will also be reviewed by my ministry, Madam Speaker. In fiscal year 2014-2015, Madam Speaker, I moved to the naval assets. Some $748 million were expected to be spent on the acquisition of 6 vessels and 6 interceptors. In addition, a further $158 million was expected to be spent on acquisition of a vessel from China. In the case of the acquisition of both these assets, the reports are that the procurement was less than standard, Madam Speaker. In the case of all these vessels, instructions to build or adapt were given long before the funds had been properly identified or secured. This presented a nightmare for our civil servants, who are now left to account for these deviations from proper procurement practice, Madam Speaker. It's amazing, Madam Speaker, that we did not accept the offshore patrol vessels, and it was articulated that it was based on one gun, one weapon system, on one vessel that malfunctioned a bit, but it could have been addressed. Couldn't swing automatically to its target. But here we are, Madam Speaker. Here we are, Madam Speaker, purchasing not an OPV, a large ship, yes, about a 79-meter vessel from China. But because of security reasons, Madam Speaker, I dare not say what armament that vessel has on it, because I really respect my comrades in the Defense Force and the sailors who are on board that ship at this point in time. But it suffices to say, Madam Speaker, you will be shocked. I move now, Madam Speaker, to the Strategic Service Agency, commonly referred to as the SSA. Madam Speaker, I am now faced with the uphill battle of determining the way forward for the SSA, which has not only lost its way, but in fact has lost its very conceptual clarification. The dissolution of the Special Anti-Crime Unit was to have been followed, from my information, by utilizing the assets of SORT, and also a combination of the Special Services Agency, SSA, and the Security Intelligence Agency, the SIA. What has happened, Madam Speaker, is that without conceptual clarification, these entities have not been morphed into what is required at this point in time. You see, Madam Speaker, in all creations, there are 2 aspects. There is first a mental creation, followed by a physical creation. In other words, if you don't get it clear in your mind what you want to do, then you can't get it right physically what you want to do. And I believe when we destroyed agencies like SORT and we tried to merge the SSA and the SIA, there wasn't conceptual clarification on the part of the previous administration. And so what has happened is that we have institutions right now with no real defined structure. No structure that is defined or fit for purpose to treat with the many security challenges that confront us, Madam Speaker. There was no conceptual clarification to begin with. There was just a rush to just dissolve the entity that is called SORT, and so merge everything together. And so we have a sort of a hodgepodge of institutions that really and truly bring no value to the security environment at this point in time. Madam Speaker, that is just to give you a brief indication as to the security environment as it exists at this point in time. When I assumed this portfolio, I had to expeditiously review the national security architecture, meet with various heads of institutions to determine their strategic objectives and the effectiveness, modus operandi in the fight against crime and criminality. This government, Madam Speaker, believes in doing first things first, beginning with the end in mind. So the clear picture of the end game is known by all. So we understand where we are going. In other words, we take a policy strategy perspective, Madam Speaker, We understand where we are going. Otherwise, like Alice in Wonderland, any road will take us there. Today, quite clearly, Madam Speaker, the unacceptable levels of crime-related gun violence and antisocial behavior continues to pose a fundamental threat to the economic and social well-being of our people. And therefore, it is one of the highest priority of this government, Madam Speaker. This government policy is grounded on the philosophy of a whole-of-government approach. This approach will ensure that the policy, strategy, and objectives are nested in the national interests across all ministries. This will set out a strategic framework and action plan designed to ensure that the government of Trinidad and Tobago can prepare for and respond to a range of security threats, including illegal trafficking, murder, trafficking of arms and ammunition, terrorist attacks, outbreaks of infectious diseases, natural disaster, cyber attacks, and critical infrastructure and domestic extremism. Madam Speaker, this whole-of-government approach policy ensures that every single ministry in this government has a role to play in the fight against crime. For example, Madam Speaker, Ministry of Sport has a role to play. Ministry of Public Utilities has a role to play. Ministry of Finance has a role to play. It's a whole-of-government approach, Madam Speaker, so that every single ministry must have a contribution in the fight against crime, Madam Speaker. But this whole-of-government policy focuses on 5 core areas, namely, furthering the domestic and international interests of Trinidad and Tobago, protecting Trinidad and Tobago and safety and security of nationals at home and abroad, promoting and facilitating the stability, good order, transparent and accountable governance, ensuring Trinidad and Tobago is not a base for threats to our allies, their economic and strategic interess, and to promote international justice and security by denying access to our national Twin Island Republic territory to persons including who are security risks or serious criminals, Madam Speaker. We also believe that this will contribute meaningfully to our international security. Madam Speaker, we painfully recognize that our country is being seriously threatened and undermined by aggressive criminals bent on acquiring and accumulating ill-gotten gains, and in the process, instilling intimidation and public fear. We are also cognizant that we have to effectively address crime in all its forms, be it blue color, white color, yellow color, or even red color, Madam Speaker. Organized criminality in whatever form creates a parallel economy and undermines the stability, integrity, and the rule of law in any democratic state. Madam Speaker, as we pursue the long-term goals of policy formulation, this government is cognizant of the fact that the reality on the ground is a high level of crime and criminality, especially the murder rate at this juncture, Madam Speaker. The government will therefore adopt a two-pronged approach, or two-pronged attack, one at a strategic level and the other at a tactical level. So we're dealing at a strategic level, but recognizing, Madam Speaker, that the reality is that murder is going up. Reality that crime is being performed. So we're going to tackle both at the same time. So while we shape policies, the operational elements of the Ministry of National Security will be on the ground dealing with the day-to-day situation. And you have seen even from today's papers, I heard the member from Maruga mention how grateful he was to see the soldiers and the police in joint operations in Maruga yesterday. Some time ago they were in Fortin Peninsula, and you see and hear them on the ground, Madam Speaker, because that's the fight and the tactical battle. So I say to you, so that two-pronged approach, Madam Speaker, is to deal with the policy and the strategy, but understanding the reality on the ground, Madam Speaker. So at the strategic level, Madam Speaker, a national security policy will be developed, which will inform a national strategy, national security strategy, from which will emanate all the divisions of national security. In other words, Madam Speaker, something that has never been done before, because in the past, what has happened is that the National Security Ministry has reacted to situation in sort of quick fix attitude. What is important and what is coming from this government is that change in the way we do business, Madam Speaker. We start at the policy level so that there will be a national security policy for Trinidad and Tobago. Coming out from that national security policy, we'll have a national security strategy. And that, Madam Speaker, will inform the strategies of the various departments. In other words, you will see shaping, Madam Speaker, police strategy to deal with the crime and situation, an immigration strategy, a defense force strategy, a forensic strategy, and then you come to the deliverers. In other words, it's a combined, integrated approach to security in Trinidad and Tobago that will be seen in a way that it can be measured from a policy level going all the way down, Madam Speaker, to the tactical level. Something that has never been done in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, thus far. Therefore, Madam Speaker, while this government plans to introduce those measures, such as the review of the legislation to ensure that the Commissioner of Police and his deputies are rightfully appointed, while we look at the Police Service Inspectorate, while we look at the Police Management Authority, while we look at improvement works in the police stations and so on, we also want to look at institutional strengthening, with expanding our police service in terms of the municipal police corporations. This again is another measure, Madam Speaker. It's a measure in terms of increasing not only the amount of policemen on the ground, but it goes in alignment with our government's trust to empower our local government. So the police and the municipal police and the corporation will be an extended arm of the regular police service. And what we'll have, Madam Speaker, is not only policing, but a greater surveillance capacity, because we have ears, what we call ears and eyes on the ground, to ensure that operations are based on intelligence-driven and evidence-led, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have also introduced a joint border protection agency. Because we understand in the security environment what has happened in our maritime domain, what has happened along our borders. And Madam Speaker, there's in fact 560 kilometers of coastline around Trinidad, and there's 180 kilometers around Tobago, Madam Speaker. A survey that was done some years ago indicated that there were 91 possible ports of entry in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam Speaker, you understand what is happening there. And therefore, this joint border protection agency would utilize the assets, would utilize the personnel, would utilize the agencies in terms of customs, the immigrations, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, the airport, and the seaport, to gather information that comes through our bona fide ports. But in addition to that, the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force with the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard is in fact looking at putting floating type of jetties around some key areas around Trinidad and Tobago, which would afford them the ability to respond within 30 minutes to almost any jurisdiction, to any area that will be picked up in that within the maritime divine, Madam Speaker. So that what we're looking at, Madam Speaker, in terms of this joint border protection agency, it is an area in which the information, the intelligence would be transmitted into, and therefore that would inform operation. There's, in other words, a combination or synchronization of all these elements. Right now they are separate, but when we put them together, there will be strength and unity, and therefore ensure that the information and intelligence is gathered in a way that it can lead proper operations, Madam Speaker, to ensure once again the safety and security of Trinidad and Tobago. To that end, Madam Speaker, we also, when we look at, as I mentioned a while ago, in terms of the lack of conceptual clarity in terms of the SIA and the SSA, we understand and we know that at the national level, there's a requirement for a national intelligence agency, Madam Speaker. An agency that at the highest level that can take the information, the intelligence, not only within the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago, but information that would be passed on from our international partners, whether it's the United States, Canada, UK, that we have agreement with. And those information would allow us, both the external and the internal information that will be sent into this National Intelligence Agency, would then allow us at the operational level to do what we call intelligence-led operations, Madam Speaker. And it's to that end, Madam Speaker, this government has already taken an approach based on relationship with our international partner to assign one of our officers to an agency, an international agency, which I will not name, Madam Speaker, that will give us the ears and eyes that we never had before in the jurisdiction of the Caribbean Sea and our waters, our territorial waters. So therefore, in developing that National Intelligence Agency, our feeder from our international agencies have already been put in place, Madam Speaker. So therefore, we are looking at what I said, intelligence-led operations, to be able to treat with the many issues and challenges that confront us, especially in the maritime domain, Madam Speaker. I look now, Madam Speaker, at our forensic science capability. We are looking at institutional strengthening in the forensic science, and so that within the next fiscal year, there will be an implementation of the Laboratory Information Management System, the LIMS, in the fiscal year 2016. And that will facilitate the electronic recording and real-time tracking of all case management activities related to evidential submissions at the Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center, Madam Speaker. In fiscal year 2016 also, the Forensic Science Center will design and implement a secure IT infrastructure to facilitate the transmission of DNA profiles to the Forensic DNA Data Bank, which is established under the Administration of Justice Act 2012, Madam Speaker. This would ensure, again, Madam Speaker, that prosecutions and the like would be more precise based on scientific information and scientific process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's also proposed that a review will be done of the Special Anti-Crime Unit that was in place during the PNM administration. Because the Special Anti-Crime Unit as a concept, Madam Speaker, is a very sound concept. This review will look at what are the issues pertaining to the old structure of SORT, and therefore treat it in a manner where, in going forward, we take what is relevant, but a review will be done on the concept of SORT and see how best it can be relevant to today's security environment, Madam Speaker. I look also at prisons management, Madam Speaker. A new policy for prison management is being framed, Madam Speaker, and is aimed towards reducing reoffending, improving rehabilitation and prison conditions, prison security, and physical facilities and prison legislation, Madam Speaker. In this fiscal year, we look at establishing of the electronic monitoring mechanism, establishment of an offender management program, and construction of a probation facility, Madam Speaker. Within the fire service, Madam Speaker, we continue to upgrade the fire services facilities. Fire services will be the main effort in the safety of our citizens. Additionally, you will realize, Madam Speaker, that we now have the lifeguards assigned to the Ministry of National Security. And the fire services will act as mentors to the lifeguards in terms of ensuring that the safety of our citizens are purposely well dealt with along our shores, Madam Speaker. I look at immigration, Madam Speaker, and to say that within this fiscal year, adequately provided for in our budget is an upgrade of automated fingerprint identification, an upgrade in machine-readable passport towards the provision of e-passport, Madam Speaker. With respect to the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management, Madam Speaker, we developed a disaster risk management policy focusing on reducing the risk associated with those who are basically more those who are in the poverty level and lack resources. We want to emphasize that, Madam Speaker, to treat with those who are really in need and offer them some degree of assistance. One of the other areas of importance, Madam Speaker, is respect to the youth in Trinidad and Tobago. The ministry commits to tackling youth criminality head-on, Madam Speaker, through the implementation of preventive actions. The strategy will address causes rather than symptoms. And so there will be expanded youth programs, Madam Speaker. The Police Youth Club, for example, would be expanded. And we want to take the benefit of the successes from the Police Youth Club and encourage them with respect to the fire services. So we want to have a fire services youth club, a Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force youth club. Because those youth clubs play a very important part, Madam Speaker, in programming or in influencing the young people of Trinidad and Tobago, which has been the success so far of the Police Youth Club. So we want to multiply that to the other agencies, Madam Speaker. We want to continue the citizen security program. We also want to, Madam Speaker, to revamp the Scout and Girl Guides at the primary level, because we believe by doing so, Madam Speaker, we start very early to influence and condition the young people. get them into that sort of disciplinary mode from as early as the primary school with the scouts and the guides. They can then move up to the cadet force in the secondary school. And after that, they can choose what profession they need, whether the defense force, the police, or the prison. But we have discipline all the way from the primary school all the way, Madam Speaker. We also want to enhance the mentorship program, Madam Speaker. And of course, the MyLAT, MyPAT, and Civilian Conservation Corps. They would be supported by this government, Madam Speaker, because we understand the need to create that environment for our young people to take them off a mindset of crime and criminality, Madam Speaker. So I talked, Madam Speaker, a while ago of a number of strategic things. And as I mentioned a while ago, while we deal with the policy and the strategy, while we deal with those policy type things, we have to understand the reality on the ground, Madam Speaker, is that today, tomorrow, we are faced with murder and criminality in our jurisdiction. So as I mentioned, there's a two-pronged approach. While we deal with the policy, we also want to deal at the tactical level. And so, Madam Speaker, at the tactical level, the immediate action of this ministry is to treat the illegal guns and murders in Trinidad and Tobago as a primary focus, Madam Speaker. The concept of operation would be based on an integrated and joint approach, which is intelligence-driven, to treat with this present issue on guns. Because, Madam Speaker, when we look at the murder today, the weapon of choice is a gun. And by all imagination, it's an illegal gun, Madam Speaker. So, what would be immediately done, Madam Speaker, is the creation of a specialized joint unit. A specialized joint unit designed specifically with all the necessary qualified personnel, the appropriate equipment, and the legal framework, most important, Madam Speaker, to treat the possession of guns and activities of gangs in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. You see, what we are sending there, Madam Speaker, is a message to those who choose to bear arms illegally in Trinidad and Tobago. This specialized unit would be knocking at your door. This specialized unit would make your life in such a way that you have to give up that gun, Madam Speaker. It will be based on intelligence, and I repeat, within a legal framework. And so those who choose to bear guns illegally in Trinidad and Tobago, this specialized unit, which will be based throughout the length of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, would focus specifically on the retrieving or dealing with those individuals who choose to bear guns in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And so while this unit will focus, as I said, internally, we also have to focus on the weapons that are coming into the country. So it's a multidimensional approach. And so the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force to the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, with the acquisition that they've had quite recently, would be able to patrol our borders, patrol our maritime space, and so deal with the issues on the maritime side while we deal with the issues inland. So it's a dual approach. We deal with the issues on land, we deal with the issues of the weapons and arms coming into Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. It's almost a simultaneous approach, dealing with not only air, not only land and sea, but also air component of the Defense Force will be part of that. And when you put that together with our 360-degree radar, we feel, Madam Speaker, that we're going to help secure Trinidad and Tobago from the input of guns and ammunition, and so reduce, if not completely eliminate, but I use the word reduce, the issues of illegal guns coming into Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And so to do that, Madam Speaker, in order to properly utilize the human resources of both what I call our two actionable institutions, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, we will ensure that we conduct a personal audit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Madam Speaker, and an administrative inspection in the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Madam Speaker, that is designed to assess the human resources in these two institutions, to see the best fit, where they are best suited, where they're being utilized at this point in time. And therefore, if one look, for instance, that we're talking about almost combined total of roughly maybe about 11,000 people. If we take just 2% of that and we say those 2%, that 2% is dedicated to the fight against gun and drugs in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, you understand what we're dealing with, Madam Speaker. So those two audits, they're really two personal audits. One is called administrative inspection in the Defense Force, but in terms of the police, there'll be a personal audit to see where at the human resource at this point in time, and where they can be best located. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what we do in terms of the Ministry of National Security is geared towards creating a secure environment for the people of this country, Madam Speaker. And therefore the human resource in all these institutions must be geared towards that. And this is what this order will produce for us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is building an integrated security system to ensure that all necessary government resources are brought to bear at the right time and place. In military parlance, it's called concentration of force at the right time and place. The economy of force, so that the best fit, the best use of our resources.
Honorable Member for Point Fortin, your 45 minutes have expired. If you intend to avail yourself of the additional 10 minutes, could you kindly wrap up within that time?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our approach is based on utilizing modern concepts in terms of intelligence gathering. Our approach is based on intelligence-led operation. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I am saying that our main focus is to treat with the reality of guns in our country, Madam Speaker. That is the weapon of choice. And therefore, most of our activities will be geared towards that, Madam Speaker, at the tactical level and at the policy formulation level. And you would see, Madam Speaker, there would be intensified operations based on the joint nature between the Defence Force and the police on the grounds, in the areas, based on intelligence throughout Trinidad and Tobago, as evidenced by today's activities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me take some time at this juncture to talk to my constituency of Point Fortin. My constituency is very important to me, Madam Speaker. So they are the ones who have elected me overwhelmingly. 10,813 votes, Madam Speaker. 60.47%. Point Fortin and its constituency was referred as Professor Brereton as the tongue that oil built, Madam Speaker. It is one of the greatest contributors to the GDP of Trinidad and Tobago. But Point Fortin, Madam Speaker, is an area in need. Over the last 5 years, nothing much was done in Point Fortin in terms of development. Now I can say that in the last 2 months we have seen, before election, we saw the turning of the sod for the Point Fortin Hospital. And I thank the members on the other side for that, but I can tell you that the Point Fortin Hospital will be completed by the People's National Movement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Point Fortin Fire Station, and I thank the Minister of Finance. The Point Fortin Fire Station, Madam Speaker, I grew up in Point Fortin, and that fire station is older than I am. It's still made of wood. It's a wooden building, Madam Speaker. And I've thanked the Minister of Finance for ensuring that the Point Fortin Fire Station is on the list of projects for this year, Madam Speaker. Along, we have provision of affordable housing for residents. And I know that the Minister of Housing is working on that. Creation of an e-tech park. Point Fortin police improvement, again through the expansion of the municipal police. Establishment of tertiary education and tertiary institutions with linkages to UWI and COSTAT. Proper infrastructural development in terms of roads and water. And I know that the Minister of Sports has already visited Point Fortin in terms of our recreational ground and so on. From now we can say safely that the Point Fortin Maika Oval, which is the mecca of sports in the Point Fortin constituency, will be addressed in this fiscal year, Madam Speaker. Establishment of community college, establishment of tourism industry in the places like Ikakas and Sidras, which once flourished in terms of coconut and cocoa, Madam Speaker. I've had some discussion with the Minister of Agriculture to look and see whether we can rehabilitate the coconut estate in Sidras, rehabilitate the cocoa production in places like Granville and Coromandel, Madam Speaker. Our proximity to Venezuela, Madam Speaker, suggests to us that we have to look at how we can benefit from tourism from that sector, because there is an official port of entry in Sidras, Madam Speaker. And so we intend to establish Spanish language training, not only for the residents of Icacos and Cedros, but in fact for the wider Point Fortin constituency, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is indeed a pleasure for me to represent the people of Point Fortin. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here as their Member of Parliament, to represent them at the highest level. And I want to assure them, Madam Speaker, that I will do my best to ensure that the Point Fortin constituency get what it deserves from our People's National Movement. For this government that is in power, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Speaker, it is indeed a distinct pleasure for me as the Minister of National Security and MP for the constituency of Point Fortin to present this speech. I want to once again thank the Minister of Finance for his allocation. I want to thank the Prime Minister for appointing me as the Minister of National Security. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Point Fortin constituents for the support they have given me for electing me as the Member of Parliament. My express desire, Madam Speaker, is that in the area of crime and security, in the area of national security, it is not about politicizing that, Madam Speaker. It's about working together. Madam Speaker, we live in a world of interdependence. We live in a world in which no one entity can treat the many challenges and issues that confront us. We can only do so, we can only treat the issues, Madam Speaker, in a cooperative and collaborative manner. If we do that, then, Madam Speaker, we stand a greater deal of success than going alone. And I would say to the general public, I would say to the wider public, I would say to my people on the other side, the members on the other side, that with respect to crime and security, let us come together and treat the many issues and challenges. Let us contribute in a cooperative and collaborative manner to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago becomes the peaceful, loving country that we know it to be. To one that our future generations can live, can work, can recreate, and enjoy life. Let us leave that as a legacy for our children, Madam Speaker. And so I ask, let us together ensure that Trinidad and Tobago becomes a place of peace and security. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
I now call upon the Honourable Member for Couva South.
No.
On the Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin by congratulating you and offering my observations with respect to your conduct in your new portfolio. Your presence in the chair brings a tremendous comfort to us, and it makes the chair itself look more attractive in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, the last time I spoke in this house, I spoke from the other side, and I thought the view was deeper. But standing on this side, looking on the other side, I realized that the view from this side is a whole lot deeper. The room is longer on that side. So there may be more people on that side than there are on this side, but most of them are not parliamentarians. I want to thank members of the House for their contributions to the efforts that we've made so far. But I want to just make one thing very clear, Madam Speaker, is that this budget that we are debating is the product of 3 weeks of work. A new government came into office on the 8th of September, and the budget was required to be done at short order. And I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance for working with the public servants. For working with the public servants who had already been on the job, and the previous government, the public servants and elements of input from the previous government would have created a skeletal outgoing. I remember this happening before. In 1986, I remember, the election was in mid-December. At that time, the fiscal year used to end in December. And there was a general election in mid-December, I think December 14th or 15th or sometime like that. And the new Prime Minister, Mr. Robinson, had the same kind of task, in fact even tighter in terms of time, to have a budget presented. And the interesting thing happened in that he, as Minister of Finance and the Economy at the time, was presenting the budget. And he was standing here in the Parliament reading, and he ran out of pages, because the pages were being brought to him as he was reading. And at one stage, he read faster than the pages were coming, and we had to adjourn and wait for the budget to come. That didn't happen on this occasion. This Minister of Finance and the public servants were able to give us a complete document, and I want to congratulate them. But the minister spoke for 2 hours, which is about the average time for a long budget speech. And some people find that that 2-hour speech is too long. It's full of all kinds of things. In fact, there was one Minister of Finance who delivered what he called a budget of brevity. I think he was a UNC Minister of Finance. And he set about, on behalf of the UNC, to say that a budget shouldn't be more than 45 minutes. And did present us with this bikini. And a lot of what normally is discussed in the budget was not in there. And I think at the time my colleagues on the other side of the party accepted that that's how a budget should be. So we have 2 versions of a budget, a 2-hour kind or a 45 minutes kind. This Minister of Finance took 2 hours and spoke to us about a lot of things. And my colleagues on the other side, each one speaking from different vantage points, different constituencies, different issues in the national management. And they all said the Minister of Finance should have and should have and should have and should have and didn't. Thank God the Minister of Finance did not do that, because he would still be presenting the budget. It might have been 1,000 hours long. Because if the Minister of Finance is to address every single thing as raised by every member who got up, if you add that up, we're talking about a record-breaking marathon, and only Castro does that, or used to do that, in the Caribbean. But the most important thing that the Minister of Finance had to do was to tell us that we were in a different place. And this budget is being crafted against a different background. And I say this to emphasize the point again, because I've just come out of a general election campaign, in case you haven't noticed, Madam Speaker. We had 3 months of campaigning out there, and some of the faces here are very well known to me, because they one or two of them out there. And that during that campaign, it was said to the population that there are difficult times ahead because our circumstances have changed. A number of reasons can be given as to why our circumstances have changed. One of those reasons is that the external conditions have changed considerably. Our revenues have fallen considerably. And of course, we have not behaved very well in recent times. A lot of what my colleagues would have said here that annoyed my colleagues on the other side would have had to do with how we behave. But not very many persons address the issue of our changed circumstances that have been beyond our control. And that is that we have cloth to cut. And that cloth is in a market where the revenue is approximately $40 to $45 a barrel for oil, and gas is down in aiming at about $2.75 for MMBTU. Revenues. We have revenue issues in this country. Serious revenue issues. This is nothing new. Because when we were in the opposition, we kept saying to the spending government, What are you doing about stabilizing revenues, increasing revenues, growing revenues? Because a budget has two sides. One side of expenditure and the other side of revenue. It matters not who is in government. It matters not, Madam Speaker, who is in the government. The budget has two sides, revenue and expenditure. If you focus only on revenue and you don't spend, there might be little development if the government is the main driver in the economy as it is, and the private sector may carry the country, and the government doesn't spend too much. On the other hand, if you're spending and you don't have revenues, you can pick the date when you end up in trouble. And we have been spending to maintain our standard of living and even to improve it for certain citizens. And we have to be concerned about our ability to sustain that approach. And the main job of the Minister of Finance in 2015, preparing a budget for 2016, is not to listen about who did what when in the back, but who is going to be there in the front and what condition we are going to be. And that assignment, the first assignment, is to try to preserve what we have, where we are, the gains we have made, and the quality of life that we have become accustomed to. Try to preserve that against circumstances that have changed considerably. Because if we don't manage to do that, whatever we say about each other or about ourselves, at the personal level, in self-promotion or otherwise, we will find ourselves with a diminished condition in our standard of living as a country. And that is whether you're a businessman, whether you are a public servant, whether you're a small business. If we don't manage to maintain what we have, the next step is a diminishing of that. So if we accept that our circumstances are changed considerably, then it makes no sense for us to be shouting at each other about giving me more of less. And whether I'm the Prime Minister or whoever is the Prime Minister, it doesn't make any difference. Shouting for more from less is not going to get us anywhere. What I want to see my colleagues appreciate in this House, and what I want to see my colleagues appreciate outside as citizens, is that we have problems to address. And of course, there's a story about a ship that left the UK. It was called the Titanic. It was called the Unsinkable. And it left for North America. Opulence, holding out the best of the British marine strength. And it went, and halfway there, almost more than halfway there, the Titanic captain was told about icebergs ahead. It is said that the captain said, damn the icebergs. She can go through the gates of hell. But when the shout came, iceberg, because it was seen, he wasn't catering for the 9/10 that was under the water. What you were seeing was a small part of the problem. The larger part of the problem was underwater, and the Titanic struck the iceberg. Not what it saw, but what was submerged out of sight. And that is where Trinidad and Tobago is today. We have a situation where we must pay attention to what is submerged. I hear my colleague from St. Augustine getting up here once again and talking about property tax as though somebody is hurting somebody and somebody is doing something so terrible, by saying that on the revenue side, as it stands now, the law says that the amnesty ends December 31st. This government says we will not grant an amnesty for property tax. The Minister of Finance says we'll allow the law to be observed at the level that we used to observe it 5 years ago, and indicating that we may, more than likely, be making adjustments going forward. Some people see that as draconian, some people call it all kinds of names. But that's just so much talk. Because the same member of parliament who is making that his presentation here, he's paying his property tax comfortably in Florida. Exactly. Because he knows that that is revenue there, and if he doesn't pay it, he knows what's going to happen. If he doesn't pay his property tax in Florida, he knows what's going to happen. But he's coming and make a big song and dance because he made a career. Axe the tax. That is behind us. It's getting us nowhere. So we make no bones about letting the population know that we will tell you what is going to happen. We will tell you where we're at. And we will do what is best for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So we're not engaging. We're not engaging in any more political talk about property tax. It's a tax that all of us who own properties will pay as a reasonable response to revenue raising. A small part, but every small bit helps. Madam Speaker, did I call you deputy? Madam Speaker, we are so concerned about the revenue side that we pay particular attention to expenditure, acknowledging that every dollar, every $1 million, every 10 million, every 100 million, very important to us. And that is why, during the election campaign, again, not hiding anything from the population, we indicated that a PNM government will reduce the number of ministries. Because we did not think, and we still do not think, that Trinidad and Tobago requires 33 ministries to administer the country. That was put out to the population, and they knew what we were going to do, and we've done so, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had a consolidation. What does that mean? It means, had we left it the way it was, the remuneration, which is the cost for paying the ministers, all 33 of them, was $66.8 million. So pre-September 7th, the cost to the taxpayer for ministers and the general maintenance, $66.8 million. We've cut out $35.7 million of that. Sorry. We've cut out $31 million of that. So the current cost of servicing ministers, the cost to taxpayers for the new number of ministers is $35.7 million as against $66.8 million, a savings of $31 million. If we maintain that number over 5 years, we would have cut out $220 million. We would have cut out, no, 220 if we add the transportation side of it, because we are also saving $13 million a year on the provision of transportation where every ministry has a vehicle and the expenses to operate it. So we're looking at $44 million a year in total savings, and over a 5-year period, that's over $200 million in that single. So that is $200 million that we don't have to find. In a budget of billions of dollars, it might be, you might say, as it was said in the property tax, that it was only a small amount of money. But that is $200 million that we can use for something else.
Yeah, correct.
And given the fact that the budget has a deficit, and the Minister of Finance set out to close a deficit gap of $21 million, we found money this year to close that gap. But I can tell you, that is only for 2016. As we look to the following year, at least this is sustainable. This savings is sustainable. But the minister's ability to find money to close the gap in the following year hasn't come into the discussion as yet. So that's what it is. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, why am I calling you Deputy? Madam Speaker, we look at that. And then there are those who tell us, don't interfere with anything you met. Everything was perfect. Leave it so. That sounds good, but it's not realistic. You would have heard, Madam Speaker, about the expenditure. Let me use one example, GISL. And that is an example because it is so well known to the population. GISL spent half of its time trying to indoctrinate the population into understanding that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is not working for Grenada and Barbados and whoever else. It's working for you. Spent millions to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago that your government is working for you. And this document that I have in my hand here came into my possession a few months ago, about a year ago. And it's called GISL New Projects for Discussion. My understanding is that this proposal was put to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a government which was very much in the same state we're in now, which is that having to spend money that we didn't have. But somebody puts a proposal to the government, and the government decides that it will fund it. Now, the proposal says, undoubtedly the government has performed well and has delivered on the majority of its promises in 2010. Well, every government would feel that they perform well. And a government like this one will tell you they deliver 99%. But the problem is, people not liking us. People don't know. People not supporting us. So we need to tell them that we're working for them. So somebody came up with a proposal. And the proposal went on to point out, and I just quote one line from it, it is actually good politics for the people you serve and simultaneously govern to sing your praises or to point out what they like about the things you are doing. That's okay. But why do taxpayers have to spend $26 million to do that? In a period of shortage of revenue. So you think you've done well, you want them to sing your praises, but you charge taxpayers $26 million. And you set out to spend $26 million. But by the time you finish, you would have found ways to spend $90 million. And that $90 million is to be seen in this context. It cost the state, the taxpayers, approximately $90 million to fund the entire judiciary. But somebody in the government wants to sing the praises, and they too spend $90 million doing that. And what is upsetting about that, Madam Speaker, is that I come in here and I heard the unfortunate contribution of the member for Oropouche East. Yes. I must say, I was very saddened. I was very saddened by the contribution. Sorry, Oropouche West. My apologies. Oropouche West. I was very saddened by the contribution made by the member for Oropouche West, who replaced one of our young people in the last parliament. And her entire contribution was made around taking issue with the fact that as an incoming prime minister, as a new prime minister, I said to this country, we as a people, talking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that whatever we're going to do under these circumstances, let's do it together. Having said at party headquarters to a throng of party members who are happy about winning an election and probably will be thinking in their head is our turn now, saying to them that this Prime Minister is not a PNM Prime Minister. It's a Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. That's the first statement I made to people in this country in party headquarters on election night. And somehow that managed to reach my colleague from Oropouche West. Yes. That something to do with, the descriptions of that simple statement and the vision of all of us as a people in Trinidad and Tobago working together somehow was so upsetting, and all kinds. I would rather focus on the job ahead and convincing the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we all in this together. Madam Speaker, in recent times, only today, I met with some major industrialists from Point Lisas who are impressing upon the government of Trinidad and Tobago that there are serious problems at Point Lisas. When we were in the opposition, I had the opportunity to address the Energy Chamber in South, and I spoke about the crisis in the energy sector. Madam Speaker, as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, I'm saying to you tonight, this gas shortage in Trinidad and Tobago is a serious problem. It is not temporary, it is very serious, and there could be serious consequences for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Last week I met with one of the major operators in Point Lisas who alerted me to the fact that they are considering importing some aspect of energy so as to continue operating in Point Lisas. Today I met with others who indicated to me that they are concerned about their presence in Trinidad and Tobago. But there are those who will tell you, no, nothing wrong, everything is fine, we're on a solid foundation. And of course it was temporary for another 2 years from today, at least. We have serious problems to address. And it falls to this government to do the best that Trinidad and Tobago can do under these circumstances. It falls to us. Madam, from the opposition benches, I made a call to the Prime Minister asking her to tell us what, from the opposition bench, I was speaking to the then Prime Minister, to tell us what is our situation with respect to the cancellation of the Aluchun plant. The Prime Minister, to the best of my knowledge, has never responded. So we came out of opposition into government, never hearing from the government what the situation is with respect to the cancellation of the Aluchun plant. Members of the public would be of the view that we were building an aluminum smelter, the incoming government didn't like it and just canceled it. Okay, that was the government's prerogative. But from the opposition side, you're saying to the government, what has been the consequences of that? And the government just would not answer. I can remember at least 4 or 5 times in the parliament, outside on platforms, in the media, asking the Prime Minister then, you've been to China, what is the situation with the cancellation? I have a short brief which I want to read for you, Madam Speaker, so that the population will now know that the cancellation for the smelter wasn't just a question of just cancel it and move on. There are consequences to the cancellation. And let me read for you from my brief. 2 representatives from China Machinery and Engineering Corporation, CMEC, came here October 7th, that was last week. And they came with respect to the government's cancellation, the abandonment of the Aluchun project. So the first time, this company, CMEC in China, was the company that was building that plant. Madam Speaker, you'll recall that this project was being financed by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Sural of Venezuela, and Votorantim of Brazil, with debt financing in the order of 400 million US. $300 million of that on concessionary terms from Exim Bank, and 100 million in normal terms. The Chinese government had selected CMEC as the contractor to undertake this project because China had become a leader in technology of aluminium production and today produces large amount of aluminium in any country. The abandonment by the government of Trinidad and Tobago through a simple one-line statement by the Minister of Finance in his budget speech led to the following sequence of events. 1. The US $400 million financing was effectively rejected by the government, and this money was no longer allocated. 2. Notwithstanding construction activities continued and were formally terminated by Alutrint in January 2012, some 2 years after a decision to cancel the project was taken. It is not clear why this work was authorized by Alutrint. So we had a statement of cancellation by the government in 2010, but work continued till 2012. They were alive until 2012. And asking the government what is happening, the government wouldn't answer. CMEC worked on the site maintenance until September 10th, 2014. What? Following the instructions of Alutrint. So all this time that the government wasn't answering, Alutrint existed and was carrying on certain activities. In October 2013, Alutrint sent a delegation headed by chairman of Alutrint, Ms. Gopi Singh, to Beijing to review the designing works and other documents. So in 2013, years after the announcing of the cancellation, the government, the Alutrint chairman was in China reviewing the design. I mean, of course, a graduate of recent vintage, A graduate of recent vintage was in China reviewing the designs of this world-scale, world-acknowledged plant from a country that is in that kind of business. And I think the graduate was a law school graduate with no project management or engineering experience, going to review the design of a complex aluminum smelter. A lawyer. Point 4, claim documents, and listen to this carefully, while the Prime Minister was not answering, what are the consequences of the cancellation? We now reach claim documents. Claim documents were formally submitted to the Ministry of Energy and Energy Affairs and Alutrint in May 2013, and negotiations began. So the government now finds itself involved in negotiation with claim documents at the Ministry of Energy, and neither the Minister of Energy nor the Prime Minister, nobody in the government would tell this to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are involved in a matter of claims now and negotiations. Hatch and Company, consultants to Alutrint, sent a team to China to assist Alutrint with these negotiations. A delegation from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, headed by the then Prime Minister, visited China in February 2014, and discussions were held among the Prime Minister of China, the then Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and the chairman of CMEC. The result of that high-level meeting was the establishment of a committee to settle the claim in the shortest time. So there's a claim to be settled. 6, a working team was established comprising the Minister of Energy, Minister of Trade, Minister of Finance, Attorney General, Permanent Secretary of Energy, Advisor to Energy, Chairman of Alutrint, and members of from other ministries. So all of these people in the government knew that this was going on. And questions were being asked. What are the consequences of the cancellation? What is the status? And not one of them would say a word to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Today, the population knows that we are engaged in serious matters over the cancellation. So that working team was there. The working team reviewed the documents submitted by CMEX and submitted a report to the minister around September 2014. A report exists since September 2014. Population doesn't know about that. And item number 8, there has been no further response from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and as a result, CMEC has submitted a letter to Alutrint to institute the dispute resolution clause in April 2015. So April 2015, we into dispute resolution as per the clause of contract. Alutrin sought an extension of this time, and there has been no further development. This matter now falls to the current government of Trinidad and Tobago to pick up the pieces, and we know not where it would lead. So that's just one of the situations which we will have to face, and which we will have to face in circumstances where revenues are short, and we have to find a way to deal with the Chinese on this matter, because the Chinese have been very quiet, very patient, waiting to exercise their options. I'm glad the Prime Minister is here, because you see, I mentioned the former Prime Minister. I mentioned the GISL a while ago, because you see, it's not just hundreds of millions of US dollars in smelter. It is small monies too. Because you see, one of the major speeches we had in here, and a number of persons are of the view that as we compress the ministries from 33 to 23, that we will not be able to do justice to the various areas of governmental responsibility. And the area for which there was a lot of, we heard a lot of comment, is the area of gender. A lot was said about the absence of a gender ministry. And all we will say to those who are concerned about that is that you don't have to have a ministry to be concerned about an area of governmental activity. And the corollary is, even if you have a ministry, that is no guarantee that the area of governmental activity will be properly served. Because we had a Ministry of Gender, in January 2015. And during that period, the Prime Minister would have received, the then Prime Minister would have received a long correspondence from a female member, former staffer at CNMG, or GISL, just GISL. And that correspondence, there were a lot of allegations, first-person allegations made about all kinds of carryings on at CNMG, at GISL. It ranged from sexual misconduct, to fraud, to blackmail, to the abuse of authority, to corruption, and all of that. And this was coming from a person who writes to the Prime Minister saying, I ran a campaign office for this government in 2010. So it was a UNC supporter who ran a UNC office. That email you read again? Yes, another email. And to the same address. To the same address. And since you're questioning it, I will ask the Prime Minister to tell me, or tell the country, whether she did, in fact, at kamlapb1@gmail.com, receive an email, subject, urgent, genuine concerns for you, on January 25th at 9:47 p.m. But the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this, that the person ends, right? The person of the female gender ends with this observation. And let me, with your leave, Madam Speaker, just quote this particular paragraph at the end of the long email. It says, I had big dreams, and they just took it away from me. Now I can't even get a job with this hanging over my head. But I swear and promise to God, I'm going to expose them and take action against them, because they didn't care what they did to me, and I did nothing to deserve what they did to me. I just asked to be respected as a young lady on my workplace, and stood up for what I believed in. In this country, it seems that women have no voice anymore. And if we do, we get killed and assassinated for doing so. It's a very sad state we've reached as a country for freedom and democracy. I assume that this was received by the Prime Minister of the time, and the question is, with a gender ministry and a woman crying out for help like this in a state enterprise, what did the Prime Minister do? What did the government do? What did GISL do? I'll tell you what they did that I know. The very same people that they complained about in this letter, felons of one kind or another, were hired by GISL to spend the entire 2015 behaving in the worst possible way. And when one thinks that this is a state enterprise, persons hired by GISL to run the campaign, the one I mentioned a while ago, the voices and the government working for you, all of that, the political campaign of the UNC then, those persons were hired, named in this email to the Prime Minister, heard by me, known to me and the country. They spend their time creating slander of the worst kind for the government. As a matter of fact, I will advise you now, Madam Speaker, that I personally have instructed my lawyers to take action against some of these people. Because when the Prime Minister came to the Parliament at the time and moved the motion to allow members of her cabinet to create the worst slander ever in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and it was shown to be that, and the country rejected it, the government allowed through GISL persons to carry on the slander which failed in the Parliament. It was carried on relentlessly on CNMG.
That's right.
By persons paid by taxpayers.
That's right.
And they did it knowing that when I sue them, they don't have 2 cents to rub together. And when they sue GISL or CNMG and the taxpayer, they did it knowing full well that it is the taxpayer who will face the liability, because any lawsuit against CNMG that is successful, it is the taxpayer that will have to pay. So on one hand, at the top, you have the cavalier cancellation of the smelter and keep silent. We're talking about hundreds of millions of US dollars. And at the other end, you have slander at CNMG, which could be a few dollars as far as they're concerned. And then they tell us, leave it that way and don't touch anything. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, as we compressed the ministries, we said public officers, no public officers have been affected by falling into different ministerial arrangements. And I use the word public officer as described in the documents and the law, who is a public officer. But persons who have been hired on short-term contracts or on political contracts, when those contracts ended, or if the government changes, those persons know the arrangement by which they were hired. And they also know that whether we like it or not, we may not be able to sustain the size of it, and most certainly, if they were political appointees, they can't expect to remain where they are doing what they have been doing. Because the persons who were hired to be bloggers for the last government can't expect that this government will continue hiring them to be bloggers.
In the AG's office.
I have seen correspondence in the office of the Prime Minister from the CPO writing to the office of the Prime Minister pointing out that the persons who have been hired don't have the experience or the qualification for the positions they've been put into. In the office of the Prime Minister. This is the CPO writing the office of the Prime Minister and making those observations. But I'm telling no tales here. The country knows that the government made a career of hiring people who were unqualified for positions. But there are those who will tell us, leave it that way.
Say nothing.
And of course, there were those who say we sent home people. A piece of mischief came from Tobago, but the PNM was sending home people in Tobago. Madam Speaker, nothing was further from the truth. When the government of the day, in the mid-year review, put $3.5 million for the Ministry for Tobago Development for short-term employment from June to September. We in the Parliament said that was for elections because the election was due by September. And they went ahead, they made the money available. The persons were hired from June to September. September came, the contract ended, and there was no sending home of anybody. They were hired purely for the season of the election in this Parliament. It was a specific allocation made in the Parliament by the government for the election. So when the term ended, there's no sending home. Contract ended. And the very thing they were hired to do were areas of responsibility of the Tobago House of Assembly. We argued that here openly. We found out after. It wasn't just a ministry that was doing that, that a company was formed. And that company was hiring staff. And the company was paying people up to $8,000 a month from monies made available from no vote. And there are those telling us, don't do that. And the very government that did that is saying to us now that we are sending home people, completely forgetting, Madam Speaker, that in 2010, between June and September, by way of answer which they provided to this Parliament, they terminated 8,000 people on the grounds that they were PNM. Not that the contract ended, you know. It was that they were in contract and they terminated them because they felt that they got the opportunity to work under the PNM. 8,000 people. And now they're telling us that we are doing something that is completely unacceptable because the contract that they hired people into came to an end. But those, Madam Speaker, are not the areas that we should spend too much of our time on in the kinds of way that we have been. A person not having a job, not being able to have an income is serious, and we ought not to take it lightly, but we ought not to misrepresent. What we have to do is to ensure that the national cake is so divided that every person in the country has a reasonable opportunity to get a bite. Against the background, Madam Speaker, of our straitened circumstances, we cannot encourage waste. And we ought to stay far from corrupt practice because corrupt practice is the worst form of waste. How we manage our affairs will determine if we are going to successfully navigate the rapids ahead. I go into the office of Prime Minister and I'm confronted with
Honorable Prime Minister, your 45 minutes are now spent. You can avail yourself of 10 more minutes, within which I expect you to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I was talking about waste and corruption. Corruption being the worst form of waste. I go into the office of the Prime Minister and I'm confronted by two issues. Not corruption that I know of, maybe not waste, but absence of some kind of management clarity. There are two issues in front of us there, but that matter has now gone to the Ministry of National Security because something called the NOC was created here recently. We were in the opposition and we saw this allocation in the budget for a department called the NOC. In fact, we didn't see that just yet. We saw a large increase in the Prime Minister's allocation. And we asked, why is this big allocation for the Office of the Prime Minister? And we were told that something called the NOC would now be under the Prime Minister's office, and that's why the allocation was there. And we didn't hear much about the NOC after, except that they were there. hiring people left, right, and center, doing this, doing that. And of course, the next thing we know, I see in the office of the Prime Minister two things that is of concern to me still, which I know with the Minister of National Security. One is that there's a $500 million commitment for Bell helicopters, which seems to be that the NOC, which we understood to have been a coordinating body, which was simply the bringing together of the existing national security inputs to coordinate in a way that the country will get the benefit of focused response. So you bring this coordinating unit into being. Somewhere between telling us that in the Parliament and preparing the budget, the NOC seems to be drifting off into trying to become another operational arm of the state. So I see this thing there for helicopters, $500 million to Bell helicopters, and there's some serious concern as to how that contract was issued. Because the end result is that there was no money budgeted anywhere for those helicopters, but the country was contracted by an officer of state. Bell has a contract, because when I asked, is there a contract in this confusion? They said yes. Where's the contract? Here it is. Who signed it? An officer of state. Who authorized that? We don't know. But in the meantime, the Minister of Finance, who had no arrangement to pay, but the contract is signed and an arrangement is now to be made to pay, went to the National Helicopter Services Limited company to try to get them to sign on to this thing, and they refused. So the report I have says the transaction regarding the loan financing was not completed by NHSL. My understanding is not only that they didn't complete it, they refused to sign on to it because it was a questionable arrangement of $500 million of helicopters, where the state is bound by contract in some dubious way. The Ministry of National Security will look into this and report to the population further as we go forward. But this was at the office of the Prime Minister. But then something else struck my attention, and that is that we can't be wasteful in a time like this. And I think it is extremely wasteful for the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago to fly for 636 hours in helicopters in this country. The record shows that the last Prime Minister occupied helicopter time of 636 hours, 415 missions at a cost of over $6 million.
Wow. 15 missions?
415 missions dedicated to prime ministerial travel.
That's every week.
636 hours at a cost of $974 million US. That's over 6 million TT. I am saying that kind of expenditure ought not to be on the backs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to give the long-suffering people of Trinidad and Tobago the assurance that I will travel on the ground and over water, and I will not be in the air unless it is absolutely essential and necessary. So then, and I wonder whether that kind of usage had anything to do with the contract I mentioned earlier on. And something equally troubling in national security, another $500 million contract. Another $500 million contract to a company, a Chinese company, that is doing, I don't know what, in Rowley building, which they have covered in barbed wire and chain or chicken wire, chain link or chicken wire around. And I'm told that what is going on is that this Chinese company is putting in some system which will allow us electronically to look on TV screens over the whole of Trinidad and Tobago, I am more concerned about that as a security breach of sovereignty then I'm concerned about it. And then again, the question is, enter into a contract not properly funded.
No financing.
No financing. So these are $1 billion of contracting for these two items with no proper financing in place. But I simply want to say, Madam Speaker, that these are the kinds of things that we cannot be doing in an environment where we have serious concerns about our ability to maintain where we are and to fund the quality of life that we have. What we're doing now, Madam Speaker, we're taking steps to improve the governance of this country. And against that background, in energy, the Cabinet Subcommittee on Energy is functioning again. We have appointed an infrastructure committee of the subcommittee of the Cabinet to oversee this whole question of what aspect of infrastructure we engage in. No policy by PAPs and no ministerial edicts. We are going to put in place an economic advisory board using the best talent available to the country and from our nationals and diaspora to ensure that the government of Trinidad and Tobago gets the best advice in decision making. We have taken steps, Madam Speaker. We are already, before the Cabinet, we have taken steps to issue new instructions about how government vehicles are used and who are to use them. And in those instructions, one of the instructions is that all government vehicles must carry government signal and the coat of arms, if possible, on it. But the public must know and identify government vehicles so that the abuse that's taking place now will end. Except those vehicles, like those in national security and the defense force and so on that are special, and police undercover vehicles, and other specifically exempted vehicles, all public vehicles must be so marked so as to end the multi-billion-dollar abuse that is taking place now. Another note has gone before the Cabinet and probably would be approved on Thursday, where this whole question of government travel, where every Tom, Dick and Harry is up and down the country, up and down the world, first class, second class, third class, at taxpayers' expense. We are putting new arrangements in place in the coming weeks. These are the things that we are going to have to do if we are going to face up to the challenges of the reduction in the revenues that Trinidad and Tobago is facing. And even if we had money, that is not how we ought to have been spending it. And I've heard it said yesterday that $1 billion was spent on legal fees. I don't have time to go into that. I spent enough time on that before. But the reaction from the government's personnel and the government party, the last government party, is that we, by telling the population what went on in the AG's office and state enterprises, where lucky lawyers were getting almost $1 million for a letter, that we are attacking the legal profession. I simply want to make a correction here. We are not attacking the legal profession. We are attacking greed in the legal profession and corruption in the government of Trinidad. So we are attacking. Madam Speaker, we are doing the things that we believe give us the best chance to survive in the very difficult circumstances. To that end, between now and the end of the year, we from the Energy Subcommittee of the Cabinet will host in Trinidad and Tobago a colloquium on energy, inviting... I have 3 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds?
You have 3 seconds to complete.
We will end the year with a colloquium on energy with the upstreamers, the midstreamers, and the downstreamers discussing openly and transparently Trinidad and Tobago in energy in the world. I thank you.
I escort the honourable member for Oropouche first.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at this time, I join this debate on the appropriation bill and the fiscal measures for 2016. Madam Speaker, And may I take the opportunity first to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, on your ascension to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives. I join all members in doing that. In fact, Madam Speaker, I recall that the last time a PNM government gave us a Madam Speaker, the Speaker ended under house arrest. And her brother, I think, had to go and give her coconut water, and she was denied food. Madam Speaker, that fate will not befall you, not with a strong opposition like this in place. Madam Speaker, we just heard from the Prime Minister and Head of Government on his very first outing to the Parliament on a very critical measure. And Madam Speaker, it will dawn upon us now and upon the national community what we have been hearing for the last few days from members of his team. And at any time I decided to speak, I wanted to reflect for a few minutes on the character of the government 1 month after coming into office. I wanted to begin by asking my friends opposite, remembering that according to the law, they have 4 years, 10 months, and a few days to go. It could be less, but that is what the law and the Constitution will provide. What value for money this country got so far? Members didn't come and tell us that they built a box drain, they completed a road, they completed an office, a community center, a school, did nothing, but came and sought to drive forward with their eyes focused on the rearview mirror.
That's right.
They are trying to drive this country forward, watching the rearview mirror. And that is a dangerous thing to do. That is dangerous. They are locking down the economy. In 1 month, the only activity taking place in this country today is work that was executed under the last administration and private sector construction projects. That's the only thing that's happening. The only thing that is happening is that. And the character, and I want to congratulate all the new members of this Honorable House. I congratulate you on your election. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I got the impression, with love, I say this, that the members were all recruited by the member for Laventille West. And indeed, they were all trained by the member for Laventille West. There's a time-old tradition in this House, and may that tradition rest in peace, that when members make their contribution as a maiden contribution, they are permitted to read. They should not be heckled, to use a word we all understand, by members opposite when you make your maiden contribution. But you ought not to descend into politics and get involved in combative adversarial politics on your first speech. May that practice rest in peace. Because what we have seen, members come here and within 10 seconds of rising, start to attack. You know, members come from opposite, they came into the House vexed. They just win the election, you know. Yeah. They came vexed.
So angry.
And angry, attacking the opposition. And I'll come to the individual cases just now, but they're attacking the opposition, and vexed they came in. And with this venom. And sometimes with a paranoia, not a passion. And I want to tell them that this was not a parliamentary practice that we knew years ago.
I see anger, I see hate.
And it may well be because of the character that they are developing in quick time. That is the character they're developing. You know, a member came today, I think it was, first time the member came to Parliament, maybe never even come to the Parliament in life, within 5 seconds giving the opposition advice. We welcome that advice. Within 5 seconds. But we welcome it. We welcome it. And the Honorable Prime Minister today made his first contribution, I believe, in the House, and on a critical budget measure. And the Prime Minister chose to read again from an email, again without calling the name of anybody who wrote this email, again with calling the address of now the opposition leader, again without any attempt to verify. Now the last time the Honourable Member for Diego Martin West did that, the Integrity Commission threw it out as fabricated and fake, and came again to make a foundation argument on gender using these pieces of paper purporting to be emails. And this is the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Continuing, and we warn the population about that. Today is Siparia, tomorrow is Oropouche, the next day is Karim, and one day it will be members on the next side as well. When you feed this type of desire, it will be their own members being the subject of emails. So in your ministry, you, the newcomers in particular, somebody write an email about the minister. We saw the minister come in here, and he went in there, and he spent too long in there. There's an email going to the head of government that will be read in cabinet, or worse, the parliament.
On a platform.
Or on a political platform. The member for Diego Martin West raised the matter with Alutrin, and is related to a wider issue in this debate. And it came from the tenor of the presentation of Diego Martin Northeast. They want to give the impression that when they got into office, they suddenly found out how bad things were. They didn't know about that before. In January 2015, the then Prime Minister, member for Siparia, addressed the nation on the state of the economy and the consequences to follow, and revised budgeted figures for oil and gas. The then Prime Minister alerted the country as to the consequences in the months and indeed the years ahead. It could not be that members of the opposition then, members of parliament, didn't know what was happening. We just got in there and we realized how bad it is.
The icebergs up front.
They knew how bad it was. They knew the challenges. But today, they're in the driver's seat. They don't know what to do. They have no plan. They hook back onto an argument. We met the economy in a bad state. Things bad. And there's another theme here. They are trying to convince the population that if you suffer, that is good governance. If you suffer, it's good governance. Be proud of us. We are taking hard decisions. And they are taking hard decisions. You can suffer, but it's in your best interest and it's good governance. That is not the case. We were adjusting. We were reducing revenue, curtailing projects, but we kept the people-centered, people-focused government in place. Never increasing taxes. Never increasing business levy, never increasing green fund levy, no job loss. And if it's one theme of my speech today, Madam Speaker, it is that famous line by Walter Scott in the 1808 poem, when he said, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave, when first we practice to deceive." And they weave a tangled web, because at first they practice to deceive. Your first deception, I mean, when they took their oath wrong side. I mean, it was, I don't know, omen of some sort. They took their oath wrong side up. I couldn't believe that myself. I think they corrected it, taken it over and so on. And then, Madam Speaker, they started by pushing the envelope on the table. They didn't reach the edge yet, huh? But they are pushing an envelope. And they are pushing it in the face of people. I want to tell my friends, particularly the newcomers, unless I am mistaken, 40,000 persons more did not believe our argument.
No, less than that.
Less than that? Wait, I'm coming to that.
No, it's 50,000.
40,000 people more, 340,000 believe our case. 40,000 did not believe our case. Poor marketing, poor communication, poor whatever it is. Poor no Rowley or yes Rowley, no problem. 40,000 more. But do you know, it's 4,000 in 3 constituencies put them in government. They have a 3-person majority.
3 seats.
3 seat. 3-person. We are 3 heartbeats away from the government. And the rate they are going, they will not last 5 years. They cannot last 5 years. And there's a reason for it. When first you practice to deceive. The first practice was that we didn't know things that bad when you ought to know. We told you in January things that bad. Then when they got the instrument of appointment, it appears to me, Madam Speaker, that when they got this instrument appointment from the president, they got something else from him. We have to check. Members apparently collected a calculator. All of them now with a calculator adding up. Legal fees, contract, money for this, money for that. That's what they're doing. Their campaign continues in the budget presentation. This is a political campaign. Many speakers were not coming here to say, this is our policy, this is our program, we intend to continue this, stop this, do that. They come in to tell us how much box drain make, what is the contractor, how much contractors. My friend from the Ministry of Public Utilities, who I knew many years ago, came and didn't tell us about climate change. Didn't tell us about climate change, didn't tell us of some new program and policy to give water to more people and probably people who need that. Told us about some drain that was 1 meter short and 2 meters this and why the road has got mud and so on. My friend from the Ministry of Public, you are not a road engineer. You are the Minister of Public Utilities. Others, in fact, I think is a member for REMA today. Among the only ministers I've heard, and the only one, who told us some in clear language, his policies, his programs, what he intends to do.
Energy minister.
The energy minister as well, I didn't hear too much of her, but
Said what she was going to do.
I understand the Minister of Energy member for Labre, who replaced a very dynamic MP, our great friend Jeffrey. He asked 1,000 questions in this parliament, Madam Speaker. The question we asked was where he went. But go on.
He's on WhatsApp.
Madam Speaker, and I make the point that when you practice to deceive, and this budget has been a budget of deception, of raw deception. The Prime Minister tells us, Madam Speaker, about the Alutrent matter. So I sat here in awe, waiting. I want to know what bombshell is this? What is the final, like some figure come and the government owed great money and something collapsed overnight. Madam Deputy Speaker, there was always a problem with Alutrent and CMEC. Everyone knew that. The demand, the claim was so huge, and what we believe to be unreal, the matter went for dispute resolution, which is a process in arbitration. And that matter will go through a process of arbitration. It has not yet. And this government job is to manage that. I want to tell my friend from Tobago West, you all have what is called an amendment-making majority. You will pass an amendment bill every now and then and so on, amend this, amend that. Any bill that requires serious change in this society, serious change to our economic system, serious reform to the Constitution, guess whose support you need?
Us.
God.
First.
Yeah. It can't be us. You need God to support you, not us. Not in the way you are talking to us.
Exactly.
This arrogance about look in the mirror, you in opposition and deal with it. I want to tell the Prime Minister, Alutrent is there before you, you in government, deal with it. When you come for local government reform, should we stand in the parliament and say, you are the government, deal with it? When you come for other reform, for the financial system reform, we'll stand in parliament and say, you in the government, deal with it.
Not just you're in charge.
You're in charge. So, I want to tell you something, the only thing you pass in this house is an amendment to something. You're not going to pass anything else without our support. So I want to tell you, as of 7:01 on this day, get some respect. Get some respect. Get some respect. Yeah? And Madam Speaker,
Particularly newcomers.
Particularly newcomers, stay away from Lavantil West. Madam Speaker,
And they go on the notice.
and Madam Speaker, I spoke about the Alutrent matter. The Prime Minister raised the NOC matter. The NOC had an initial budget of 300 million last year. That was revised to 120 million. Do you know the estimate for 2016 is still around 120 million?
It's a bit more.
It's a bit more? Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and other ministers regale us with talk. We reduced the amount of ministries. They did not reduce the amount of ministries. They reduced the amount of ministers.
That's right.
That's right.
Because the divisions are there. The ministry is there. You reduce the amount of ministers. But want to tell the population we are going to save so much money by reducing all these ministries. You have reduced the size of your cabinet. So you have saved money, a minister's salary multiplied by 6 or 7 a month or something.
Spending more.
But I didn't know any division that you close up and close down and send home. I didn't know that. unless you intend to do that. The Prime Minister told us, he said, contract workers in Tobago and maybe elsewhere, they want short-term contracts, come to an end in September, they go home. I want to ask him if the workers at Prt11, 2,500 earmarked to go, if they're on short-term contract for the election as well. So when they go, they're on short-term contract. The workers at the Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, they're on short-term contract. In fact, everybody who goes now is on short-term contract for the election. That is how you are dealing with people when they lose their jobs. There's an arrogance that comes across. Pervasive. Yeah. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to get back to the deception. The minister in his budget statement, Madam Speaker, they speak about gate. In fact, we had to call out the member for Arima today, where the member for Arima stood on this floor here and asked the member for Karen East, who talk about means testing for gate. It was the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And we quoted it. I don't want to quote it again. They did it earlier. I don't need to. He remembered his statement. He remembered his statement, and he will not contradict me, but you may have been kind enough to inform your Minister of Education so he would not get up and make a fool of himself today. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we look at VAT. Shouting, beating their chest, we reduce VAT 12%, 12.5%. Beating their chest, yes, 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 poor people happy. There's a government, when they introduce a tax, they bang the table. Introduce a tax and everybody clap. Madam Speaker, reduce VAT 12.5%. But estimate that $4 billion more in revenue will get from removing items from the list of zero-rated items. The Minister of Finance today, both in the House and outside of this House, this Minister has not indicated what items will be removed. What items? Tell us the items. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. The Minister told us in the budget, I don't want to find it and read it here, I have plenty of things to say. Sale of assets, revenue collection, and he has a figure to that, I think. Huh? Sale of assets. Madam Speaker, the Minister will not be kind enough to tell us in the Parliament or outside, what are these assets we are selling? What are we selling? Trinma? Prt11? What are we selling? We're selling the Seafood Company of Trinidad and Tobago? What are we selling to raise these funds? The Minister owes us, because I do not think that when they went to campaign, they told the national community, vote for us, vote for privatization. They didn't say that. But in the first budget, they come with that. But it's very interesting, the Minister in his statement again, he says on reaching into office, we requested the IMF to visit us. They call the IMF.
They request the IMF.
Former member for San Fernando East, Patrick Manning, when he got into office, however he got into office in 2001, he got into office. First thing he did, he called a local economist from UE. Yeah, and he said, give me an independent assessment of the finances so I can plan. They had no respect to call local experts. They boast about UTT, UE. You know, they didn't assemble a local group of experts, economic experts, and say, give us an independent assessment of the finances. They call in the IMF. And not surprisingly, tax, privatization. These are IMF signature policies.
Unemployment.
Yeah, unemployment. Yeah. And they boast that they went to the IMF. When they should weep that you went to the IMF. You are boasting about that. Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
Should be ashamed of that.
National security. Anything from the Finance Committee? We have it. National security. Boasting about the biggest pie, and my friend from Fortin, new to the job, of course, new to the Parliament, welcome. Happy that he got this big pie, biggest since Eric Williams' time. When you look at it, it is the amalgamation of divisions that were not formally in national security. That's one point. You know the next point? Sorry. Last year, when we went through this Standing Finance Committee, the member for Digo Martin West make it clear, we have it, we can quote. He said, I want to tell the government that putting money somewhere don't mean nothing. And throwing money and saying you have the biggest increases, including national security, means nothing if you cannot implement programs. But today, telling the population the biggest slice of the pie is national security. Last year, it wasn't so. Last year he said, no, putting money everywhere and increasing everywhere means nothing if you cannot implement. National security. Create a Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government.
And decrease the,
I call it local government squared.
and decrease.
Because local government historically does rural development through the municipal corporations and through special purpose company. We call it rural development. And doesn't put a cent more
In fact, reduce the.
for that ministry. In fact, reduce
The allocation.
the allocation to the ministry. But go to the people. We have a Ministry of Rural Development. When we're building a university in South, they say you can't build it there. That's only doubles and aloo pie. Today, rural development, local government. The Minister of Finance came beating his chest in the presentation. Immigration forms a thing of the past. It is this government of the People's Partnership that took a cabinet decision to remove immigration forms. He beat in his chest again.
August the 1st it happened.
August the 1st?
Yeah.
It happened. This government, the partnership government, took a decision
Check it and see.
for passports to be issued to persons 10 years for 10-year passport. Beating his chest that they're doing that. What a tangled web we weave. Madam Speaker, rent to own, I couldn't believe what he was saying in the budget. It's there. Again, I'm not going to read out all these things. Telling the population, he says in this budget, we will reintroduce rent to own in the HDC. Madam Speaker, 260 citizens of Trinidad and Tobago benefited from the rent to own program in the last 5 years. It was always there. But we're reintroducing that. Speaks about a 2% mortgage loan from TTMF. I launched that program in December 2014. Dr. Tiwari, MP for Scarani Central, was acting as Minister of Finance. You remember? We were there launching the 2%, introduced as a budgetary measure. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. Madam Speaker, in the budget presentation as well, there is a point where, in dealing with revenue, the minister, in dealing with revenue, says that the last administration, Madam Speaker, the last administration made generous adjustments to the oil and gas fiscal regime, allowing substantial early write-off of capital expenditure and so on, blaming the last government for the write-off of capital expenditure, because what we give generous adjustments to the oil and gas fiscal regime. That is wonderful. Madam Speaker, in a document collaborating towards economic prosperity budget memorandum by PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, in an article by Dr. Ronald Ramkisoon, he says, fortunately, I quote him, the minister will have some positive indicators with which to work. One is tax incentives over the last 5 years, which has led to substantial investment in seismic and exploration work by the large and small players in the energy sector. That is an advantage that we have given them. But they portray it as if something is wrong, we will lose revenue, while Madam Speaker, an independent accounting firm is saying this is an advantage. And when we're on that, let me make a next point about that. You know, sometimes in a country pub, when some of the older folks would go in to have some refreshments, when they buy a bottle, Madam Speaker, and they take a couple, they would take their ring, and if it have a little diamond or some stone on it, and when they finish, they would mark the bottle and say, put that back there. So when they come back in next week or 2 weeks and so on, they expect that the liquid is at the same level. We want to mark this spot here. I want to mark this spot. Because you see, this is an argument they will want to take further. When they got into government, Madam Speaker, let us mark the spot. The country's foreign exchange reserves were high at some 12 months import cover, and savings in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund was over $5 billion. US dollars.
5.77.
5.77. This is we gave them good macroeconomic fundamentals. Madam Speaker, in the review of the economy, And this is a document produced, I think, by the Ministry of Finance. This is their document. Unemployment was at a historical low of 3.3% in the first quarter of 2015. Look at what the economy we are giving you, unemployment, 3.3%. Overall deficit of 7,000 million. Madam Speaker, and I want to just, before I get to construction, I just want to read something else there. The unemployment rate, of course, very low. Inflation also low, at around more or less 5%.
Single digit.
In 2010, I think the inflation rate when we came into office was around 10%.
Double digit.
With double-digit inflation. So we took an economy with double-digit inflation and then returned an economy with single-digit inflation.
For 4 years.
With the lowest unemployment in history. That is what you got with stabilization fund with $5 billion US, 12 months import cover. We give you this. This is what we are leaving for you. An active construction sector. Your own book says it. Construction activity, page 31, is expected to increase in for the third consecutive year by 3.4%, 2015, because many of the projects are at an advanced stage. That's our projects. Because to this point they haven't built 1 foot of box drain.
Started any?
They haven't started anything.
Construction.
And you will start nothing if you are driving, watching in the rearview mirror. You will start nothing. You know, Madam Speaker, I will tell you something about when we reach into office. When we went into office, there were several projects online from the former administration. The ministry I was entrusted to is a huge, large construction ministry. I understood early o'clock the importance of construction to employment, to economic growth, and income distribution. Do you know when Christmas time comes, construction workers, when they have their little Christmas party, they want to know what's happening next year. We're working, truck drivers want to know if we're working, employees want to know if we're building roads, houses, etc. We took that decision, and I communicated it to the government this way. I said we will not land the plane, we will refuel in midair. Because I knew if we landed the plane, that plane would never take off again. And what they did is they land the plane, they stop the train, and they say we're revising, we auditing, we're reviewing, we consulting. There's something in the budget here. I don't know if any one of you had the chance to see it. This year, you have budgeted more or less $23 million to pay for a loan for the rapid rail. You didn't know a rapid rail start in this country, did you? But for 5 years, we're paying a loan for the rapid rail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last year we paid
over 100 million. Madam Speaker, we are paying monies for that failed experimentation of 5 years ago, where $500 million was spent on a feasibility study. And it is budgeted. It is budgeted. So, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is that we have left, and the minister is the Minister of Finance. In fact, it's quite an uncanny irony that the Minister of Finance today is budgeting money to pay back on a loan for a feasibility study of the rapid rail. And call it rapid or mass, whatever. The La Hoqueta Talparo MP was telling us, you know, that is a mass transit because he didn't support rapid transit. So he's happy now, yeah? You're happy now, it's a mass transit. Okay, Mr. Happy, let me read for you now. Your Minister of Finance indicated after the budget, Vern Burnett is writing in the newspaper, October, the Wednesday after, I think it was the 7th or 6th. Right. Finance Minister Colm yesterday said government is moving full speed ahead with plans for a rapid rail project. As he responded to reporters, Imbert said the government wanted IDB to validate its numbers for the rapid rail project. This is the rapid rail project, but you are happy. So for your benefit in the cabinet, no, tell them put mass transit, for you to feel better.
Deceit again.
But that is it.
Yeah.
They begin their term with deception. And Madam Speaker, the IMF has a role to play in Trinidad. Within 4 weeks of coming to office, they have surrendered the economic sovereignty of this country to the IMF. You see, while they should have been giving us an adjustment strategy, elucidating on the choices that we face and giving us a homegrown adjustment strategy to deal with our challenge, they took the convenient way out. Go to the IMF and tell the IMF, give us some prescriptions. We want to know what to do. Look what we find. In fact, IMF may have told them what they found too. And that is the taxation.
They make a sick patient dead.
So that ordinary people have not benefited from this budget. In fact, on budget day, it was cheaper to come to Parliament than to go back home. In the middle of his speech, in the middle of the speech of the finance minister, all the gas station closed down. They had to go now and recalibrate their pump.
For 5 years, there was nothing.
5 years, nothing like that happening. Today, they come to recalibrate because the PNM is back in power. And that, Madam Speaker, is where we are today. And there is a correlation between the built environment and economic prosperity and growth. You can choose one of two ways. You can expand the economy, but when we expand and maintain our people-centered policy initiatives, they said we were overspending. In fact, today, they abuse us because we were hiring. As if we were not hiring human beings. We were hiring a wheelbarrow and robot and aliens. We were hiring citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. They are going to contract the economy. They are going to contract the economy. Madam Speaker, do you know medical doctors today are saying that they are sensing from the patients coming in to see them, less people are coming? Do you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the hotels are now saying less people come for entertainment, recreation. We are already sensing that this is going to be a bleak Christmas. This is going to be a bleak Christmas, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, when they calculate all the money that they want to do, you know, they're calculating all the money that we spent. You notice, Madam Speaker, that they are not telling us, Madam Speaker, all the work we did. If you want to look at the work we did in government, you don't need a calculator, you need a video recorder. And you may need this helicopter. It was very interesting, the Honorable Prime Minister came today. This is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to repeat that. Is not only the member for Diego Martin West. And counting up how much hours the last Prime Minister fly. Didn't tell us airtime and ground time and so on, but telling us, you know, he with a calculator too. He got his instrument of appointment and a calculator. Calculating 1 hour is this, 2 hours, 600 hours. I wonder if the Diego Martin West Prime Minister, as yet, within the first month, I assume he has never used a national security helicopter to go anywhere. Not to go to Tobago either. Has the Prime Minister used national security assets to go to Tobago in the first month? I believe so. I could be wrong. And I am not wrong.
Not a word.
I'm not wrong.
Not a word.
I'm not wrong. So you see, I'm not wrong. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Already availing themselves of national security assets and traveling. But now come 300 and something hours, and this how much hours, and these hours and so on. You know, I mean, I don't want to go back to San Fernando East and my former MP there. But you know, on the next platform, I would speak about the very distinguished former member for San Fernando East, who would not have gotten himself in this position. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to get back to this Bell contract. This Bell contract and payment and so on. I want to put on record a letter signed by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. The Permanent Secretary, they raised a matter of Bell and created all this inference about the Prime Minister, right. And it happened under NOC, and what is NOC doing and Bell. There's a letter, Madam Speaker, and and unlike the emails that come from Diego Martin West, I'm quite prepared to send this letter to the Hansard and ask them to circulate it to all members. Vishnu Dan Paul, authorizing one Gavin Hira to go to Miami and sign a contract. Authorized by the Ministry of Finance through the Permanent Secretary. Why don't you go and ask the Ministry of Finance now for a brief? You come here asking questions from the former Prime Minister. How this happened? What was the financing plan in place? They had no plan. They trust in helicopter too. Look at here. Vishnu Danpal authorizing from Finance, Mr. Hira, to go and sign off on a contract with Bell International out of the United States concerning helicopter. But today, you make it sound as if something is wrong, as if the former Prime Minister did that.
Misleading.
Madam Speaker, and it's here, I will circulate it to them, it's no problem, I'm not hiding nothing, and I call name. It's not an email, this is a letter on my system that I will send to them, Madam Speaker. So I was making the point that they are taking the risk of closing down the economy, having a bleak Christmas because of the contraction, the type of policies they are putting in place to contract the economy, hoping that if they spend less, somehow they can balance. Members opposite, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I spoke of the rapid rail already. Madam Speaker, several members opposite made some comments that I wanted to respond to very quickly, and to again encourage my friends opposite. We talk about crime. We are too early to blame member for Fortin for anything. I mean, you really can't be blamed for anything at this moment. But the time is coming when you could. But we could blame you, not now. By October 3rd, 50 murders. The bloodiest month in the history of the country, September gone. I don't blame you at all. Don't blame him. I tell you, that continues is a different story. And forget the price of doubles and so on. I don't know if members opposite eat doubles anyway. Forget the price of other things. We talk about gas price going up. And another deception. The member come announcing all inputs in the agricultural sector, duty free, VAT free, and they bang the table. Oh, yes. Joe Perry is in the newspaper, a very prominent businessman, agricultural importer and so on of inputs. He said, but since 1990, they don't pay VAT, they don't pay duties on agricultural inputs. The majority fertilizers and things don't have duties, don't have tax on them. And VAT. Do you know what we are informed? This is to help to buy spray paint, I think, these spray guns. Spray cans and 1 or 2 pieces of irrigation equipment.
Serious?
Which farmers will buy is $20, I think, less on VAT for a container. So they save $20. When they buy that, it lasts 2 years. And they're beating the chest. All the duties off on agricultural items. But are you going to put them where they're zero rated now, bring them back into the net for 12.5%? That is the issue. Madam Speaker, since September 7th was the budget? No, that's the election. The budget, the 5th of October. Since the 5th of October, less people are working today than were working since September 6th. Less people are employed, less people are working. And if you follow their train of thought, less people will be working. Because a fascinating statement was made today by somebody, I forgot. They said that if you came in there because of ministerial connection and politics, you're out. Yeah. And then somebody said, if you are permanent, you have nothing to fear. I want to tell you, if you're permanent, nobody have anything to fear. They're permanent. Who said it? San Fernando. No, I don't believe it's San Fernando East. It could not have been.
Somebody the opposite.
Yeah. Said that if you are permanent, that's my constituency. I live there. I don't believe a member representing me could say that. It's not that. Yes, Madam Speaker, someone said that if you're permanent, you have nothing to fear. If you're permanent, you cannot fear anything. But if you're temporary and you came there because of family connections and minister connection, well, you have something to fear. I want to tell you, every contract worker in this country has something to fear. They have something to fear. Because if they don't want you, they say, you're related to the former minister, you're related to the former this. You came in here because of connection. And you're not qualified. I think it was La Hoqueta Talparo said that he met people there with what? 5 GC, 5 O levels. The auditor said it 5 O-levels. But you have people on your side who spent 10 years in secondary school, you know that? There are members opposite spent 10 years in secondary school, so they shouldn't sit next to you. Madam Speaker, we have to keep an eye on them. They will use qualifications to say people not qualified for this, not qualified for that. We restructure and fire them. And that is with their 23 seat. But I want to tell you, when you get in problems with the national community and the strikes start, already it took you all of 4 weeks for your friends to tell you, keep the money you're trying to give them. They were described by their friends as new wine in what? Old wine skins? Something to that effect. It took all of four weeks.
Old wine and used
Yeah.
one of those.
It took all of 4 weeks for your friends to move away from
Fair
you.
weather friends.
Could you imagine what happened in 4 months? And if you continue this, but I will, when the time comes and the fire starts on the street and the protests start and your own supporters come out, I will tell Tobago West, you are the government, deal with it. Deal with it, you're in charge. Because it's only a matter of time. They deliberately took the population, rose, they rise the expectations, they lifted expectations, and today come to say, that's what they're trying to do here. To say things so bad, we have to take tough measures. So if you're waiting for a road, a drain, CPEP, URP, anything, Tanapuna people waiting for infrastructure, hold on, things really bad, the former government gone with all. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. And that is their excuse. The Attorney General, and I took note of this Attorney General too, from San Fernando, coming into office, facilitated by state vehicles and I'm sure state security to which the member and Attorney General is entitled to that. Parading in San Fernando, I live in San Fernando, parading in San Fernando, thank you everybody, hanging out from the side of a vehicle, what appears to be an official government vehicle. It wasn't. Okay. I'm happy to hear that.
Well, they'll be marking the vehicles now.
Because, yeah, they'll be marking it now, so we will know.
They'll mark vehicles.
So, because you cannot be in a constituency and a party thing and be using state vehicles like that, state officials like that. I took note of these things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the budget also had several new curious items. But I want to tell the Attorney General and the member for Port of Spain North, I think it is, and St. Anne's West. Both of them came to the House and with great fanfare and drama announced that when they got into the ministries, they saw garbage bag and shredded material. Madam Speaker, they said the garbage bag was from the floor to the ceiling. 100 bags. They counted it, 100 bags, and shredding. When you have become the Minister, Attorney General, you have the authority to tell your PS, please, investigate what is being shredded, who is shredding, what items are that. And, well, Madam Speaker, and he reminded me so much, member for San Fernando West, reminded me of a former Attorney General. And I will certainly not bring you into the mix. Not you.
Not speaking the truth.
The former Attorney General, you all remember? Madam Speaker, please. Hello, Diego Martin, Northeast.
Hello will not be tolerated in this House. Would we please behave in a manner that is becoming of the decorum of this House? I would ask the member of Oropouche East to continue his contribution. I would appreciate it if all other members be silent.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I was making the point that upon becoming a minister with that authority, you can instruct a permanent secretary or another member of your staff to please investigate what is being, what they are shredding, who is doing it, what is the purpose, and so on. But the drama of indicating 100 bags of shredded material reminded me of a former Attorney General, I think about 10 years ago or so, who chased down an EBC garbage truck in Port of Spain, cordoned them off with the police and saying the EBC was shredding materials, election materials. Every time they get into office, they have this preoccupation with garbage truck and shredding material and so on. And they appeared both the minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and the Attorney General with some serious concerns about legal fees and so on, and those are good concerns, important. If you believe something wrong has been done, please investigate, take it to the relevant authority. And I say to all members opposite, colleagues opposite,
Pooch East?
Yes.
Your 45 minutes are spent. You are entitled to 10 more minutes, within which I expect you to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I would say that it is a budget of deception, and that is my point. That once you begin your term of office like this, we will have a very, very bleak future with this type of policy debate that we are getting from those opposite. Several members opposite raised the issue of wrongdoing. In fact, apparently the mandate to new members, that mandate was to go into your ministry, look to see what the former administration do, bring a file to Parliament and expose them in any way you could. Fine. If wrongdoing you have found, you are under a duty to take it to the police, the Integrity Commission, the fraud squad. You cannot just come to Parliament, Madam Speaker. You cannot come to Parliament and just gallery, score political points, look for a headline, and say we're done with that now. The member for Tobago West, Minister of Tourism, came to this Parliament and spoke about TDC. But you are the government, deal with it. Complaining about TDC. And brought into disrepute the most successful Trinidad and Tobago captain in the history of this country. Cricket captain, His Excellency Darren Ganga. Yeah. Yeah, and use all type of language that I didn't understand, quite frankly. But His Excellency Darren Ganga brought into disrepute by a Minister of Tourism over, I think, $40,000 here or there to support a fashion show. That is it. And Madam Speaker, this is their objective in this debate. So they come to the Parliament, our colleagues opposite, they announce $60,000 for a letter, everybody bang the table. They announce $60 million, they bang the table. They don't matter anymore. Context is not important. What is important is just saying numbers and making it look bad. But you see, the country is looking on. The country is looking on. And the country will ask you, what have you done and what are you doing? 40,000 people more did not believe our arguments. So we live with that. We're in the opposition. And many of us have been here before. We know the road. We know the road. I've spent 8 glorious years in opposition. I know the road. I know the journey. I know the journey. And this journey, we know it. We know the role. And one day, by the will of God, we will also return to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So don't feel that you want to come here and tell us to deal with it and look in the mirror. That is how it is, government. This is a country like to throw out government, understand that. A country like to throw out government. Every 5 years it appears. And it could be less too. We have had administrations here for much less. Madam Speaker, so in terms of legal fees, legal briefs and so on, if people have done wrong, deal with it. As we have done when we were there. The live sport was reported to the police and the Integrity Commission. When any accusation of wrongdoing was made, then there a month now, not one matter has been reported to the police. Not one. Well, you'll tell us when you wind up. Madam Deputy Speaker, they're running away from Las Alturas, all of them. You know, if you didn't know better, you would think people land from Mars and constructed Las Alturas. You know? I have a feeling that came down from space. Nobody wants to take responsibility. The member for Diego Martin West say, it's not me. I was fired before. The new Minister of Housing say, nothing to do with that. I want to tell Diego Martin West that the gestation period for large projects is 1.5 years to 2 years. So you cannot say that you were not involved in it because you were fired a few months before construction began. You must take responsibility. The member for San Fernando West should tell us, as a board member of the HDC, whether or not he also presided, the member also presided over the Las Alturas fiasco of that board. The board of the HDC had oversight of that project. And San Fernando West must tell us his role as well. And Madam Speaker, must tell the Commission of Inquiry as well. The member for Diego Martin Central came to the Parliament and also raised a couple matters. But before I get to that, Madam Speaker, I don't know if I'll ever get to that now at this stage. But I want to remind the member for Diego Martin West I want to remind him, he was in this house in Diego Martin West in 2009. Dr. Keith Rowley, 5 minutes. Quickly, Madam Speaker, in delivering his speech in the budget debate in that year, I think it was, I'm sure, Monday, September 14, 2009, delivered the speech. It was in the aftermath or sometime after being fired by the former member for San Fernando East, and made comments which condemned the property tax. In 2009, Madam Speaker, in 2009, the member for Diego Martin West had this to say about the property tax. He called the government to account for the introduction of the property tax and said it was a provocation to the people. He said that he represented persons who were going to be taxed by way of property tax over 300% on their current tax. He indicated, Madam Speaker, that in my constituency there are persons who have been living 40 years and more on a property which after time grew in value. Today these poor persons are to be taxed by the property tax that the current government, then government, was introducing. This is in 2009. So he was against it. He called on the government of the day to scrap the property tax.
Who was that?
In 2009.
Who was that?
The member for Diego Martin West did not support the introduction. Today, the property tax is their gift to us.
Back to the future.
Back to the future. This same member went to town on the losses at Prt11. You know, he said, I quote quickly, I expect the estimates to come out. The people we hired there preside over $850 million project, and we are now talking of a revision to $1.3 billion. One project in particular, ultra-low sulfur diesel plant. Original estimate, $708 million, now $2.4 billion. Talk about the gas to liquid plant, the CCR performing plant, condemning the management of Prt11 in 2009. Today, the chairman of Prt11 sends out a note dated October 9th, warning employees of Prt11 that the company could go out of business as a result of increasing debt servicing of $1 billion US, long-term bond debt of 1.25, total company debt of 13 billion. Do you know, Madam Speaker, Prt11 has a bond payment to make by 2019 August of 850 million United States dollars. That's almost 7 billion TT dollars. And the very manager and management are now back into the bowels of the PNM and their government. Condemned in 2009. Today, the former executive chairman of Prt11 is a cherished member of the Energy Subcommittee. Madam Speaker, what is this? What is this? Brought back all the persons that ran up the Prt11 debt. Today, Prt11 is saying we can be out of business, and they are considering 2,500 to be retrenched. And the very manager come back as an advisor. Madam, I will wind up now. There are much more, as you could imagine, I have to say. But in closing, I want to indicate that we have left an economy with strong macroeconomic fundamentals. We left a society united when we left office. United. We left a society where people of every creed and race, every religion benefited from the state. In their own constituencies in Diego Martin West, we were proud to open the Point Cumana School, which the member for Diego Martin West was begging his colleagues in 2009 for that school. We opened the school. Paramin, we opened the school. Diego Martin Carnage Health Center, we opened the health center. We did that while they claim that we did nothing in their own areas. In housing, I say no more about housing. We have given out over 7,000 houses. 100 houses a week. You have to take a helicopter, not a 4x4. You have to take a helicopter and go up in the air to see the cities we built in Princestown, in Union Hall, in Chaguanas, where we built cities with over 1,000 housing units. It is there. The member for San Fernando East talking about the government campus. The custom house, the inside the custom house already. We outfitted that. In November, another building they will have the honor of cutting a lot of ribbon and opening a lot of things. I don't want to be invited. Good luck with that. Madam Speaker, on another occasion, I have much more to say, but I want to thank you and the House for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to join in this debate, the 2016 budgetary proposals. But permit me to begin by congratulating the newly minted Minister of Finance for a wonderful job that he has done. A job well done with respect to the preparation of this budget. Also to Madam Speaker, I grasp this opportunity to congratulate you on the elevation to the seat of Speaker of the House of Representatives. And I feel so proud because I have known the Speaker for almost all my life. We both attended the Nelson Street Girls Roman Catholic School. Her mother, Mrs. Agnes Alizette, taught me in Standard 4A at that school. And so I have known this Speaker for all of my life, and I am very proud of you today, Madam Speaker. Let me grasp this opportunity also to thank my constituents of Port of Spain South for the third time for returning me as your representative. I thank you. I thank the Prime Minister, Member for Diego Martin West, for the confidence that he has reposed in me for assigning me to such a critical ministry, a ministry which can change the lives of so many persons in this country. Madam Speaker, our theme of this budget was carefully thought out, restoring confidence and rebuilding trust. Let us do this together. This theme, as I read it over and over, it brings a sense of calm, a sense of peace, a sense of togetherness. We're doing it together to the citizenry of this country. You see, over the past 5 years, Madam Speaker, this country has been traumatized. We, the citizens, have suffered the shame and the indignity of Rashmi Ramnarayan, the state of emergency, Section 34, prison gate, life sport debacle, a situation also where our independent institutions were interfered with. Madam Deputy Speaker, and one that truly hurt me, the demonizing and the suspension of the opposition leader in May from this honorable House. And we did give this House the warning, and we did tell you and notice that he will write back into this Parliament as the Prime Minister and driving in PM1. We did give you that assurance. Madam Speaker, the voice of the people is the voice of God. And we don't want to stay too long on this, but this country rejected on September the 7th, they rejected the mismanagement of this country, the accompanying lies, untruths, and innuendos. But that is behind us now. And we must never forget the last 5 years.
We will not.
With the wanton wastage, with the squandermania.
We shall not.
And it's indeed for this very reason why the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, has to exercise more fiscal discipline than any other Minister of Finance in the past. The Minister of Finance has to grapple with falling oil prices, declining natural gas production, minuscule growth in the non-energy sector, particularly the manufacturing sector, the services sector, the tourism sector. Madam Speaker, by way of history, I can recall for you, as well as the national community, for the past 5 years, I sat on that side as opposition chief whip, and I asked the same questions each year. Where are the new revenue generating initiatives in each successive budget which came to this House? What about the diversification processes? Where are your policies for creating quality jobs and sustainable jobs? We also ask about legal fees. We saw it. We saw it in the expenditure. How legal fees had moved from 36 million under a PNM-led government to some 95 million and climbing each year over $100 million. We saw it. So I was not surprised when I heard the AG spoke and together with the Minister of Legal Affairs, when they spoke about what has happened there in the AG's office. When one examines the themes of the budgets over the last 5 years, let me just remind this House, very misleading. They talk about misleading and what is deceptive. Let me remind you all. In 2011, the budget theme was facing the issues, turning the economy around. They turned nothing around. The economy turned, you're right, turned backwards. In 2012, their budget theme was from steady foundation to economic transformation. They don't understand that. They never transformed this economy, Madam Speaker. In 2013, the theme was stimulating growth, generating prosperity. They never generated any growth in this country. And the facts are there to bear that out. In 2014, well, this one has really made me laugh. Sustaining growth. What growth? You never grew it, so what you sustaining?
Negative growth.
Sustaining growth, securing prosperity. And 2015, empowering our people through sustained economic growth and prosperity. I have to say to the member for Superior tonight that your budget themes, the contents were misleading, deceptive, and I dare say contributed to the stagnation of this economy. Your government, member for Superior, never enunciated any clear and identifiable plan to move this economy forward. You never did. So it is unacceptable when I heard you spoke on Friday, member, that our budget was misleading and is deceptive. And I say that because for the past 5 years, we have witnessed in this House 5 consecutive budget deficits with expenditure totally out of control. And permit me to share with this House, because we have a lot of new persons here, permit me to share, because I have been tracking this for the past 5 years as I sat on the opposite side. Let me share from 2011 to 2015 expenditure as well as your income. In 2011, revenue 41.2 billion, expenditure 49 billion, a deficit of some 7 billion. In 2012, revenue of 47 billion, expenditure of 54.6 billion, another deficit of some 7.2 billion. 2013, revenue 50.7 billion, expenditure 58.4 billion, that's 7.3 deficit. 2014, 55 billion, expenditure 61.4 billion, a deficit of some 6.4 billion. 2015, 60.3 as your revenue and 64.6 as your expenditure, some 4.1 as your deficit. Together, I would say with spending by state agencies, this government has expended over $400 billion over the last 5 years. Don't tell me that is $294 million. When you add the state agencies' expenditure, it is over $400 billion. And I have been tracking it for the past 5 years.
Tell them.
So at the end of it all, our economy remains highly dependent on oil and gas revenues in order to fund our ever-increasing expenditure. Madam Speaker, the energy sector contributes 50% of this country's GDP and almost 60% of the government's revenue. Since 2010, since they took office in 2010, 25% of the country's oil production has been lost. And the sector has been characterized by natural gas production shortfalls, poor decision makings. They also had a lot of cancellation and abandonment and violation of contractual agreements, all of which created a difficult situation which this Minister of Finance must now address. And he has to address it head on.
That's right.
In order to fund projects, the deficit was made up by borrowing. Whether that borrowing was internal or external, they made it up by borrowing. The net public sector debt at the end of 2010, just about the time when we demitted office, it stood at 32% of the GDP. But with the explosion in government borrowing by the former government, it increased to 46.3% of GDP in 2015. The member for Separia said in her response that we, the PNM, we have no moral authority to speak about oil and the energy sector. But having pointed out year after year that our economy is stagnant, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, by April of this year, Moody's, that rating company, downgraded Trinidad and Tobago government bond rating from BA1 to BAA2 and changed our outlook, Madam Speaker, from being positive to from being stable to being negative. But it cited several reasons which we had brought to the attention of this House for the past 5 years. One, persistent fiscal deficits. That's what Moody looked at. No macroeconomic plans. And I am hearing now, Oropouche, he said, they left this country sound with good macroeconomic plans. But here is Moody's in April stating that you do not have any macroeconomic plans.
You live in dreamland.
Poor debt servicing arrangements, lack of diversification of the economy, absence of reliable data from the CSO. And the thing about it, Madam Speaker, we needed to have a more data-driven society. In this parliament, we spoke at length about the CSO. They virtually mash up the CSO. And I remember one day, my colleague isn't here from St. Joseph, member for St. Joseph, spoke about the CSO.
That's right.
Oh, you're here? Yes. And the lack of information coming from the CSO. We have to understand that we need to get information in order to make reliable and informed decisions. This was not so. Madam Speaker, this is the perilous state of Trinidad and Tobago economy, which we have inherited. This is the state of play, which this budget that our colleague here from Degomate Northeast, it is within this context that this particular budget was crafted. Madam Speaker, I want to turn my attention, before I deal with some of our plans, I want to turn my attention to the ministry which I have been assigned, the Ministry of Housing. And I want to start by commenting on what the member for Tabakit said in his budget response. The member for Tabakit said that this was the best performing government. And he asked the question, is it wrong to build houses at subsidized rates? Remember, I want to tell you, no, it is not wrong. I think it is rather noble of a government to do something like that. I agree with you. You see, when I look at what the psychologist Maslow said in his hierarchy of needs, he said that housing, shelter, is the second most important aspect for a man. Man meaning man and woman. The PNM government many moons ago recognized that affordable shelter is needed in this country. And we embarked on a plan to build, construct, subsidized homes for the most vulnerable, the most needy amongst its citizens. Between 2002 to 2010, the PNM administration was able to build 26,000 houses at a cost of some $6 billion. The unit cost, when we worked it out, is approximately $230,000 per unit. Today, the former government has done almost, I should say exactly, 4,178 units at a cost of some $5.3 billion.
Repeat that.
Say that again?
At a cost of some $5.3 billion, 4,178.
For 5.3 billion?
And it ranges, the cost ranges between the cost of the unit cost of construction between $700,000 upwards to about $1.2 million. And I ask the question, what has caused, besides time, what has caused the big difference in the construction of these units? And I want to look at and share with you some of the estates that the former government would have been involved in. Let's look at Oasis Housing Estate. There, 1,159 units were constructed at a cost of $870 million plus VAT. And when you add that, it is about $1 billion. So your average cost of construction is some $800,000. Pardon me? We will deal with all those questions after. Eden Gardens. There are 458 units in there. But this contract was split among 3 contractors. To construct 160 units, $109,840,880. To construct another contract was 172 units. That was $117,031,565. Another contract for 126 units at $79,872,761. So the total cost for the 458 units shared among 3 contractors in the Oasis development was $306,745,000, and they always calculate without VAT. You have to add VAT. So when you get to when you add the VAT on, it's some $355 million. And we are saying the average cost of construction there is around 750,000. I want to look at another one. Let's take a look at Cypress Gardens. Cypress Gardens at Union Hall in San Fernando. In Cypress Gardens, 1,000, I visited Cypress Gardens, yes. And I must say that Cypress Gardens is a huge estate with a lot of single-family units, townhouses, and multi-story buildings in there. But the cost is what I'm looking at. Don't try to sidetrack me. Don't sidetrack me. And don't put words in my mouth either. 1,182 units at a cost of $1.4 billion. And that makes the unit cost of each home at about something like about $1.1 million.
Small thing for the US.
Let's look at what is going on now at a famous one, Trestrail in Dabadie. Trestrail Dabadie Housing Development. This one, there are 2 contractors in there. So you have package 1 and package 2. Now note, I am not calling the contractor's name, but at the end I will tell you it's a pool of preferred contractors. In package 1, this particular contract was dated April 28, 2014. There are 2 costs associated with the provision of 720 housing units. One contractor for that 720 units, his sum amounted to $916 million. That is VAT exclusive. By the time you add VAT, you get about $1.2 billion. Another contractor in there to build 484 units. That contractor's sum was $564,290,000. The total for both sets of contractors, one at 720 units, one at 484 units, so that's the provision of 1,204 units, is costing almost $1.5 billion. What I have to tell you that there's no cabinet approval for all that I have spoken about for the construction cost of all of these estates. No approval by the cabinet. None.
You don't mean that.
There's another one, another estate I visited, and this is the one at Indian Trail. This is the one that really concerned me a lot, because when I look at the deed for this land, and this land is situated to the back of the Children's Hospital, what I can tell you is that all that land there was given to the farmers when they separated from Karim. And this is a land that they were supposed to have developed, grow, their fruits and whatever for agriculture. Instead, the farmers sold all that land to HTC.
What?
And changed the use from agricultural to residential.
They're allowed to do that?
It was done.
Oh. Well, yes.
There they proposed to build 920 units at a cost of $1.2 billion. Average cost of about $1.1 million for the construction cost of a unit. What I want to say at this point is that I want to take this thing a step further. I have had no sight of cabinet's approval for the construction costs of these housing units. This leads to the issue of the source of funds. Where did the approval come from? I was informed, or there's an argument, that the board of the HDC would give approvals for the construction cost. The cabinet will give approval for the purchase of the land, and the agency gives the approval for the construction. So you didn't have to go to cabinet. But I am wondering, can a state agency bind a cabinet to these millions and billions of dollars? Allow me to speak, please.
Ignore them.
I think that this approach is questionable. It is something that I will have to discuss with the cabinet. Bring a note and let us have a discuss, because it has to change, because it is inside of there.
Honorable Member Fumiaro, could you kindly just withdraw and see about your device? And then you could.
Tell you to withdraw. You're told to withdraw. Come to them for
Honorable Member for Port of Spain South, continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You refuse to withdraw. Well, yes.
Madam Speaker, the records reveal that currently the agency has a liability of some $2.6 billion. And some merchant bank loan of $1.2 billion. And some merchant bank bridge loan of $300 million. FCB loan facility of some $450 million. Republic Bank, there's an overdraft there that they can use up to $360 million. However, they got a further extended facility, so it's now $390 million. And sums owing to contractors, $290 million, giving us a total of $2.6 billion. This is something that the cabinet, the board and agency would have to deal with in order for us to go forward with our construction plans, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, in the midst of all of this, all these new units being done, Oasis, Eden Gardens, Cypress Gardens, but there are existing units which are incomplete since the last PNM government demitted office. One of them is View Fort. View Fort is in my constituency, to the back of George Cabral Street, some lovely apartments up there in the hills, nestled in the hills up there. And only recently, just before general election, the residents told me, and I saw it, workers started going back and said, we are doing a little bit of work and whatnot. But those, and there are 137 units at View Fort. And before you know, they could have completed it, they have gone on to all these mega projects, these billion-dollar projects. And my advice is, it will only take about another $70 to $80 million to try to complete the View Fort. Another one too is the Real Springs. In Real Springs in Valsain, I know that one is caught up in an arbitration right now. But there are ways and means to deal with that. There are 408 units in Real Spring. And those houses have been standing there for years and nothing is going on. And we have so many people outside there looking for houses. We also have the towers in Chaguanas, another 164 units. I want to give the assurance here tonight that all of those units in all those various estates will be completed under this government. All of them. And then they talk about being equitable. Madam Speaker, over the past 5 years, I stood here And I am the one who started talking about the inequitable distribution of resources. Because I was looking at what was happening, and the Minister of Finance came and talked about a construction boom. And I was heartened because I thought that this construction boom would have been all across the country. Instead, the construction boom was on one side of the country. I was called a racist, Madam Speaker. I was insulted and abused because I did identify in the Parliament that I was seeing oncology center, I was seeing aquatic center, you recall that? I was seeing the National Cycle Center, I was seeing the D-Bay campus, all on one side. And when I look on the east-west corridor, especially in Port of Spain South, where I was born and raised in the hills of Laventil, in East Port of Spain, I felt I have a passion for that area. And I said to myself, nothing was going on in Port of Spain. I said it on the platform, I said it in this Parliament. But I didn't realize until I got to this ministry that all your housing estates, the greatest need for housing is on the east-west corridor. But here it is, I am not begrudging anyone. I'm not begrudging anyone for their housing on one side. I'm not. But if we are talking about the equitable distribution of resources, it must be for all. That's right. A country's resources belong to all across the board, not just a select few. And there is the evidence I see here. And let me show you how their policy is discriminatory. Let me show you the evidence. Let me find it. The PNM government, September the 25th, 2008, a cabinet note. When we looked at the selection criteria, part of the criteria, well, of course, you must be a citizen, you must be over 21 years, you ought not to be part owner of property, you must be a first-time homeowner, but this is the important one. The monthly combined income of the applicant or applicants must not exceed $25,000. You know why we did that? Because we were looking at and targeting the lower middle income. With those persons where their salaries were not too high and you have husband and wife or whoever at $25,000, you'll be able to go out there. We were selling houses at below $500,000. So on an income of $25,000 combined, you'll be able, as poor people, you'll be able to own a home and pay your mortgage. Let me tell you what happened. By March of 2014, I'm going to read it. Amendment to the selection criteria of the housing allocation policy in respect of the qualifying income for accessing government housing under the HDC. This is it. Please be advised that on February 13th, 2014, Cabinet agreed to amend the selection criteria of the housing allocation policy in respect of the qualifying income for accessing government housing under the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation to provide for an increase in the qualifying monthly income for the applicant or applicants combined from a monthly income of $25,000 to a monthly income of $45,000.
Wow.
You know what is the implication of this, Madam Speaker? The implication of this is that you have discriminated against the lower income. A person with a salary, a combined salary of $45,000, when you're selling houses at $700,000 and up, how on earth could somebody with $25,000 purchase? How could they pay a mortgage there?
Members, there is standing order 47 for interruptions. I will not tolerate this any longer. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that a person with a $45,000 monthly salary combined or single, whatever it is, should have no problem in accessing a mortgage loan in the open market. No problem whatsoever. And there's a mad rush for HDC homes, not because as what the member for Oropouche said, that everybody feel as if they are entitled, you know. It's because they genuinely, Madam Speaker, cannot find, you know, a reasonable price home outside there, so they look to the government agency. So the most vulnerable, the most needy amongst us, they go there thinking that they can acquire a home for $300,000 or $400,000. But that is not to be under those circumstances, but that will not be from now on. I give the assurance. So what are we planning to do here? We will revisit our mandate of constructing affordable homes. In so doing, I give this House the undertaking that there will be no bid rigging. There will be no overpricing. There will be no preferential treatment with respect to contractors. When we do this, we might be able to keep the costs down, and we'll be able to build at a reasonable cost and able now to sell those subsidized housing to our customers. And you know, there's one I forgot. They are not about the poor people, you know. They are not about poor people at all. I looked at, a couple months ago, I saw the then Prime Minister on TV with a shovel digging, turning the sod for the Carlton Lane housing development. This was supposed to be a public-private partnership with Republic Bank Limited. This agreement was signed, I'll tell you when, in June of 2015. Now, there's a piece of land, so this is for the San Fernando MPs, Carlton Lane and Leotard Street in San Fernando. An area, Leotard Street. Leotard Street. Okay, Leotard Street. 61,000 square feet of land. And they approached Republic Bank in this partnership. Republic Bank offered to build, or to let AGC build, 96 houses at a cost of $150 million. Tongue and Country Planning said, no, you will only build 84. They gave approval for only 84. So they reduced it to 100 million. They have not gotten back that agreement yet from Republic Bank. I've put it on hold. But what is, when you read the agreement with Republic Bank, this is what they signed to. Republic Bank will take a mortgage, because I asked about security. Republic Bank will take a mortgage over the site from AGC, an assignment of all security provided by the contractor. So what we are saying is that the whole, all the houses built and whatnot, and the land and whatnot, Republic Bank will hold all of that as its security. How are we going to repay that, to remove that, you know, to move RBL out of the way? Hear this. RBL, and this is what they're saying too, RBL is saying the financing is structured so the loan will be repaid primarily through the proceeds of sales. However, since AGC usually sells properties at a subsidized price, the sale proceeds will not be sufficient to cover construction, project-related costs, and interest. Therefore, very early in the execution of the project, HDC will need to take a decision on whether the units will be sold at cost or market value. Now, Madam Speaker, this is clearly telling me, they have signed to this, this is clearly telling me that these units, if they decide to sell at subsidized price, there's another clause in here which says that the agency will meet the shortfall. And if they decide to go at open market price, well then the bank is also saying here that whatever extra they make on the open market will be placed in. So these, what I'm saying, all this to say that this is not really homes for the vulnerable.
Not at all.
This is not homes to the vulnerable. This is not homes to the lower middle income. You see, we have to get back to Maureen's, Madam Speaker. We have to go back to a situation where, and it is in our manifesto, where we provide affordable, the operative word is affordable, where we provide affordable homes to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And we are saying on this note that I want to caution Trinidad and Tobago. I want to caution this House that no, it doesn't matter, I should say, how many houses you build. If your allocation policy is flawed, and if your procurement policy is flawed, then you will not be able to achieve the objective of providing affordable housing. If you get those two policies wrong, then I'm telling you, we are going nowhere. Right. And this is something that we have to address immediately, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I said, the leakage with respect to this ministry, with respect to construction, I will tell you, is rather insidious. I say no more. It is insidious. Madam Speaker, I turn my attention, they talk about good governance, and they talk about they left everything nice. I will show you something. This was a Viking. I said it already, you know. This is a government by, that was a government by Voops, Vaps, and Viking. Let me tell you this about this minister's special advisor. Madam Speaker, all ministers, all cabinet ministers, we all have allowances to bring in an advisor, a personal chauffeur, a personal secretary, and an executive, personal assistant, personal secretary. With respect to the salary of the minister's advisor, let me tell you what the salary is. A salary of 19,400. A transport allowance of 2,700, which is 22,000, which is approved by the CPO, $22,100. And of course, you get your 20% gratuity upon, you know, when you leave when you demit office. However, there was an advisor in this ministry, and this advisor, I have to call him a special advisor. Because this special advisor, he was upgraded by the cabinet, not the CPO. Because this special advisor, he was doing so many things that he needed to be upgraded above what all the other ministers, advisors were getting. His salary was $30,000. His transport allowance was $3,000. He had a duty allowance of $6,000. So his monthly salary was $39,000 as opposed to the ordinary members who got $22,100. And I asked, well, why? What was so special about this gentleman? Well, I was advised that this gentleman was like the minister, because there was an absentee minister at the ministry. Oh. And this minister, this person ran raggedy, as they will say it, across HDC. He was in charge. At large. He was in charge at the HDC, abused people at that organization. The minister, you know, people are surprised to see I come in the morning, I leave in the night. I'm a working minister. I am there every day. Of course, with cabinet, I'm not there in the morning times, etc. And they were surprised to see my modus operandi. But this minister sometimes for weeks not going there. But this is why this person is so special. So so therefore paying him $22,000. 3 officers. He could not work for $22,000. So he was working for almost like what a minister is getting. And I asked, well, what happened? Where was the minister? No, you couldn't be there because you were in the Hyatt. You were down in the Hyatt. You were by the Regency Club. You understand? And there was, so tell us about Rudy's Corner. Tell us about Rudy's Corner. Yes? And this is what they came, Madam Speaker, they came in, they enjoyed themselves, they had fun, now they laugh at it. They laugh. But you know what? During all that time, oil prices going down, gas production decreasing, Moody's downgrading us. The manufacturing sector. Exactly. And what are they doing? And what are they doing? Having fun down in the Hyatt.
Honourable Member for Port-au-Prince South, your 45 minutes are now expired. You are entitled to 10 more minutes, within which I expect you to wind up.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that I have instructions to do not hang my photograph in the lobby of the Hyatt. Don't do it. I can also tell you, Madam Speaker, and tell the country tonight that I don't want any suite at the Hyatt. I want no card for the Regency Club. I want no corner called Marlene, so some people call me Miles. I want no Miles corner at the Hyatt. I will not be doing my body massages at the Hyatt. I will not be taking my friends, my young little friends, coveting in the Hyatt. I will continue my normal way of life. My normal way of life. With my 2 feet planted on the ground in East Port-au-Prince. That's where I will live. You see, I take this job very seriously, Madam Speaker. I take it very serious. But obviously, the other side, they did not take it serious. I want to say something on CPEP. CPEP was at this ministry. In 2010, there were 136 contractors at a cost of $94 million. That's when we demitted office. In 2011, that went to 158 contractors at a sum of $366,144,000. By 2012, it went up to 206 contractors at a cost of $494,419,000. By 2013, it went to 226 contractors at a cost of $584,039,642. In 2014, it went to 256 contractors at a cost of $532,557,459. And by 2015, it went to 269 contractors at a cost of $606,200,000 with no mark increase in what was happening. You know, when CPEP just started, I used to see a lot of beautiful gardens and whatnot, painting stones, looking nice.
Clean.
Now, that's right. This program for the last 5 years has been turned and used as a political tool. That I know under the new minister, that will stop. It will stop. Madam Speaker, I want to spend the little time left on the PNM's plans. I spoke a lot about the energy sector, the falling prices there in terms of the oil and the production in the natural gas. I want to tell you, with respect to the energy sector, the Minister of Finance will introduce a new and appropriate fiscal regime designed to encourage further exploration in fields on land and in shallow and deep water acreage. I'm going to go very quickly. With respect to the non-energy sector, particularly the manufacturing sector, manufacturers and exporters will be linked on a new export market platform. They will now be able to take advantage of the emerging opportunities in the Caribbean single market and economy. There will be trade facilitation and market access arrangements. Investment treaties will facilitate this new export drive into the extra-regional markets. With respect to the economic diversification, we will stop the parroting of economic diversification. We will establish a Trinidad and Tobago financial center as an integral part. So that is, we are boosting our services sector there as an integral part of our diversification strategy. And this is because Trinidad and Tobago is geographically located, and because of our strengths, we can create an international financial center linking North and South America. That will start out the process of diversification in the services sector. Maritime now. Due to our location, we can establish a viable and robust maritime economy. We will establish a maritime maintenance facility to meet the maintenance requirements for the existing fleet of government-owned naval and maritime vessels. Such a facility will act as a catalyst for the development of a ship repair and shipbuilding industry beginning in the Northwest Peninsula. All these things will help us diversify away from oil and gas. The maintenance support will emerge as a hub for the major ship repair and shipbuilding within the CARICOM region, thereby creating a new maritime economy. We will also undertake institutional strengthening. I think the Prime Minister alluded to that earlier on. We will introduce the Revenue Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and this would enhance our tax collection and help us generate additional revenue. We will also introduce, there will be no loss of jobs, none. When you get up, you ask that question. We will introduce the property tax. And as we said, we are going to use the old rates and not the new rates so as to, to ease the burden of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We would introduce what you call a statistical unit. What does that mean? We have to pass the legislation. It's the same thing why Moody's downgraded us. We need to become data-driven. We need to get timely information so we can make informed decisions. And that is what this statistical unit is all about. We would introduce an independent office of the Parliament. That is what you call the General Accounting Office. And this office will maintain a continuous real-time assessment of actual budget performance, identifying any differences which will require the public's attention. We'll also move to restore morality and ethical behavior in public affairs. So we'll strengthen our economic and financial management. And we'll create conditions for reviving growth and placing the economy on a sustainable growth path. This is what we plan to do, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's brief, but over time, Madam Speaker, sorry, over time, you'll hear much more from us on these issues. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you.
I call on the Honourable Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is indeed my privilege and my honor to join the debate on the 2016 national budget. Permit me to join with my other colleagues in congratulating you and all members of this House on both sides who would have earned their seats, and particularly you, in your elevation as Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also congratulate the Honourable Minister of Finance for his first budget presentation. And also, as I'm in the congratulatory mood, let me take this opportunity to thank and to congratulate the constituents of Chaguanas East who would have voted me as their Member of Parliament. I propose to do all I can to represent them to the best of my ability, regardless of whichever party they would have voted for. And later on towards the end, I hope I'll be able to say a few words in terms of the requests that I want to just briefly make on their behalf. Madam President, Madam Speaker, allow me to also congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister who leads that team on that side, and the Leader of the Opposition who leads the team on this side, and particularly for her very sterling contribution, very articulate and very comprehensive and analytical response to the 2016 budget. Madam President, Madam Speaker, some may describe the 2016 national budget as a 2015 and a half budget, because the Honourable Minister of Finance did indicate to us that in March we're going to get some other data, some other policies and programs after consultation. We look forward to that. Madam Speaker, much has been said about many ills in the past, and while I do not intend to go down that road in any great detail, I think it is important for us to place on the record as well some of the things that we would have inherited and faced. For example, when I assumed the Ministry of Science, Technology and Tertiary Education at the time, we'd have been faced with an OJT program with $3.4 million in overpayments. We'd have also found a situation where members of a steel band were playing at nightclubs in Chicago and earning money here in Trinidad. We'd have found a situation where a former national sportsman, very close, very well known to all of us, was being paid the princely sum of US $16,000 or $100,000 per month and was hardly found doing anything. We also found the case of a known musician who was being paid $40,000 a month for doing what? We still want to find out. A tent that was built to accommodate students, constructed at a cost of $20 million. There was a situation where management fees were being paid to persons, approximately US $14,375 per month. These two persons were getting about $90,000 a month. Madam Speaker, as I indicated, much could have been said in terms of what we found. But since the member for Port-of-Spain South and some of my other members on the other side would have been raising the whole question of what work was done and what was the value of the money that we got for that work, I want to enumerate some of them. But before I go there, permit me to respond briefly to the member for Arima. And I want to say to the member for Arima, I wish to commend you for continuing the great work that was started by the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training. The work there was described as unprecedented, phenomenal, innovative, and never before seen in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I want to also indicate to my colleague in the House, member for Arima, he raised the matter of relevant legislation. And I want to assure him that we have a draft higher education and training bill ready for you to consider as you want to revise Chapter 3901, which both of us are very familiar with since we spent a number of years in the teaching service. I want to also indicate to the member for Arima in his contribution that he made a comment about the need for us to ensure that there was a good liaison between what was happening in the training sector and the business community. And he will find in the ministry, and certainly the member for Moruga Tableland, who I know is assisting you in that, in the context of the higher education sector, you will find there some of the programs we'd have started, and they were very successful. For example, Meet the Manufacturers, the Employers Roundtable Discussion. Madam Speaker, all of these were aimed towards ensuring that the labor market needs of the country were adequately responded to. I wish to also advise my two colleagues on the other side responsible for tertiary education and education generally, that we had opened for the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago the CWRD, and my friend from the University of the West Indies, who spent some time there, may have seen that facility opposite the medical facility. And that CWRD is the Center for Workforce Research and Development, an initiative with the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus and the world-famous Georgetown University of Washington, D.C., which really speaks to ensuring that we have real-time labor market information. Remember, Farima also made reference to access. And I want to say to the member for Arima, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that one of the hallmarks and significant accomplishments of the former government, of which I was proud to be a part, was the high level. We had surpassed the target for tertiary education as set by the then government of Trinidad and Tobago. The target set was that we should have attained 60%, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by 2015. And when we came into office, the participation rate in the tertiary sector was 42%. But by the end of December 2013, we had surpassed the expected target, and we were at 65.23%. So, Deputy Speaker, when one adds to that the technical and vocational education and training sector, we would have surpassed the percentage figure of 70%. I also want to share with my colleague, the member for Arima. He raised the question about scholarships alignment, which is something that we had been looking at. And he might do well to consult with the member for San Fernando East, the Minister of Public Administration, because resident in that ministry is a national needs list. And what has happened, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that we are now advising training providers that they should engage in training that is responsive and relevant to the labor market needs. It is my view that education and training must and should always be demand-led as opposed to supply-driven. If it is supply-driven, what you will find happening is that you may contribute to the graduate glut or the discouraged graduate. I define that person as one who would have engaged in a period of study, at the end of which there's little likelihood or an opportunity for employment. I think it is important for us to identify some of those things, but I wanted to add to the list that the member for Arima indicated in response to the question, what work was done? What was the value? What about, did we get value for money? And I think it's important for us to enumerate the significant number of projects to be placed on the records of the Parliament for all to know. So if you have any questions, you can refer to them right here. Among the projects would have been the acquisition of land and the construction of a head office for the OJT program. That was the first time. OJT has its own office, and now the OJT program is transferred to the Ministry of Labor. Remember what I made reference to the fact that the Custard campus is expected to be open for students in January of 2016. And that is another success story. Custard now has its main campus in Connector Road in Chaguanas on 30 acres of land. And one of the reasons for that was very simple. Because where it was located and where it is still located in Melville Lane in Port of Spain, while we are paying approximately $1 million in rent per month, you could have hardly extended or expanded that facility by 1 million centimeters. I want to make it abundantly clear to members on the other side. At no time, because I heard this on the hustings, at no time did we ever say that we were emptying the city or emptying the east-west corridor in preference to other locations. And I'll give you tangible evidence of what we are doing. So the Custard campus is going to be located there, but it will continue to have a presence, and I sure know you are in charge, so that you will be able to decide that in the Port of Spain area. Another opportunity which was created was the acquisition of land and property at Woodford Lodge, Chaguanas, and the member Karim also made mention of that in terms of 3 institutions being present there, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The National Energy Skills Center, YTEP Limited, and the MIC Institute of Technology, which was chaired by my colleague previous to now, the member for Port-au-Pierre, Mr. David Lee. I want to also say very proudly that the Woodford Lodge facility, and mention was made.
Members, please.
Mention, Mr. Deputy Speaker, mention was made of Karim 1975 Limited by the member for St. Joseph. By the member for St. Joseph. And I'm sure my colleague, the member for Couva South, will deal comprehensively with the Karim matter. But I want to indicate to all members of this House that the closure of Karim 1975 Limited did not mean the abandoned waste of all the facilities. What was closed down under the previous PNM government, we reopened and make use of it for building human capacity and talent and potential for the young boys and girls in Trinidad and Tobago. At Using St. Madeleine in the south, we opened the first ever of this kind in the history of this country. After 100 years of drilling for oil and a lesser amount of gas, the first drilling academy. At the Point Lisas campus, that was the former Karim Limited Britain Castle Transport and Field Engineering Department. We opened the NESC there. And in Chaguanas, we had the NESC coupled with the MIC and YTEP. The member also made reference to the fact that he will continue with the University of the West Indies, open campus, expansion in central Trinidad, and I want to advise my colleague from Arima and also from Moruga-Tiboulen, who has left the chamber, that that facility we had opened, we had started construction. In recognition, I'm sure that you remember Mr. Edmund Ramisa of the significant contribution that he would have made. It is called the Edmund D. Ramisa Center, the Open Campus Center in Chaguanas. We have seen recently the assignment of the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training, formerly called that, the head office, now going to the Ministry of Agriculture. We are proud of that accomplishment, and we want to say as well that that is a landmark facility which is going to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago well. However, that was only part of the expansion for the ministry's head office, which the member for Moruga-Tiboulen indicated this morning that he was very happy to be in the Tower C, having his office there. But that office did not originate there. It started at Agra Street in St. James, then moved on to Tower C, and then on to Chaguanas. But the plan was to also have, and I'm sure the Minister of Education will consider or review the plan, to have a number of agencies located on that location on the 15-acre plot. NTA, the National Commission for Higher Education, the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago, YTEP Limited. We have also spent money on upgrading of the TTHTI, Trinidad and Tobago Hotel and Tourism Institute, at Chaguanas, the establishment of the UTT Aviation Campus, and I'm very happy, Honorable Minister, to hear that you indicated that that campus is going to continue. We see that as an important part, as raised by the member for Port-au-Prince South, of the diversification trust in Trinidad and Tobago and the diversification of the economy. And I want to indicate here and now that for the first time we had a gate-approved class, a certificate in aviation technology. And that aviation campus, which is led by the University of Trinidad and Tobago, is really a consortium institute comprising the National Training Agency, the MIC Institute of Technology, the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard, the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority, the National Helicopter Services Limited, and Caribbean Airlines. That facility is one of the largest, if not the largest, hangar in the Caribbean. And we have landed there successfully a Boeing 737-200 jet. That first class of 25 students, all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, which is expected to graduate in this month, well before now, 13 of those students were taken by Caribbean Airlines and 12 of them were taken by National Helicopter Services. The entire class, even before graduation, found jobs. I'm sure, Minister and Member Farima, when you examine what is going to be happening now through the UTT Aviation Campus, what was also planned was the first degree, the bachelor's program in aviation. If you look at what is happening in the world today, and certainly our neighbors close to us, the United States of America, to become an airline, a commercial airline pilot, you must now have a bachelor's degree in aviation. In addition to that, I did indicate that one of the things and the hallmarks, quite unlike what we have heard so far, is that our government did not discriminate. It was equity and access for all. And I want to give examples, tangible examples of that. The establishment of the MIC Technology Center in Diego Martin. And very close to that, we had opened a YTEP Training Center also in Diego Martin. The acquisition of land and property at El Dorado, an abandoned facility, the former El Dorado Girls Youth Camp. As minister, when I visited there were 200 beds, just laying idle. There was one class, a music class, with 10 persons from the community. I'm sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you must be familiar with that now. You must have heard about the history. You must know the history. You're the Member of Parliament for Tunapuna. I'm sure when you look at that facility, you must feel proud to know that your constituents, as well as citizens from other parts of Trinidad and Tobago, can access nurses training with the combined efforts of COSTAT and the University of the West Indies. We have 1,200 students right there now on the ground training as nurses to ensure that we facilitate the construction of all of these hospitals.
Very good.
The capacity is for 1,500 students in the short term to a maximum of 3,000 students when the campus becomes fully operational. Of course, again, that is in the remit of the Honorable Minister of Education. We have also constructed a Medical Students Activity Center for the Faculty of Medical Sciences, which was facing the threat of de-accreditation if we did not have some of these facilities, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We also opened the MIC HYPE Administration Center in Omira. We established, as the Member Farima indicated earlier today as well, that we're going to continue with the MIC Institute of Technology at Pinal on the Prt11 compound. And much has been said and much has been seen about the establishment of the University of the West Indies South Campus in DB. That is a flagship institution. And I want to respond to some of the propaganda that has been thrown around by various persons in the community. And I think one or two persons made reference to it here, erroneously, so let me just correct it. First of all, the University of the West Indies, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Pinal DB campus is not in the constituency of Siparia, nor is it in Siparia. For those who have said that, you might do well on the other side, if you did say that, to contact one of your colleagues to learn a little bit of his program, which he used to host a few years ago, called Know Your Country. He lives in San Fernando and he might be able to assist you. I want to also indicate that contrary to what has been said, and again has been peddled, and I am reading here now from a document, remarks by the Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, Sir George Allen, at the site dedication ceremony for the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine South Campus, Penal Davy, on Thursday, the 24th of February, 2011, 2:30 p.m., Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I read, Mr. Chairman, the flagship faculty and the first, I want to accentuate that again, and the first to be established here is that of law, in great part because of the demand for that discipline. Some persons are of the view that that is the only thing that was earmarked to be located at the UWI Penal Davy campus. But let me go further to say, and I want to again read into the Hansard. This is a paper from the FGPC, St. Augustine, and it is under the hand of the principal, remarks by campus principal. And let me just indicate again, I'm reading from the ceremonial topping off and deed handover of the University of the West Indies, South Campus, Penal Davy, on Friday, the 31st of July, 2015. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I read, for the benefit of all of us and for the records in Hansard. And he says, while we regard the Faculty of Law as the flagship faculty of our South Campus here at Penal Davy, just as our Faculty of Medical Sciences is at Mount Hope, and one day I hope our renewed Faculty of Food and Agriculture will be at our East Campus in Orange Grove, I must say that it is not the only discipline that will be housed here at Penal Davy. He continues, our South Campus is a self-contained entity and has the infrastructure and capacity, including modern student residences, fully equipped classrooms to support distance teaching and learning, student and staff services, and recreational and sporting facilities for cricket, football, swimming, and of course, a modern iconic library to host programs from all our faculties. I expect, he says, the faculties of social sciences, humanities and education, and engineering to also establish an active presence here at our South Campus. It is also entirely conceivable, he continues, that an educational center of excellence in medical sciences, attracting students not only from our country and the region, but across the world, can also be created right here in Penal Davy, linked to the new teaching hospital in San Fernando, the San Fernando General Hospital and the Couva Children's Hospital, in all of which the University of the West Indies has an interest. I hope, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this will put to rest the misinformation. First of all, that there was an idea or decision to close the Faculty of Law from St. Augustine, and that the only faculty that was going to be located at the Penal Davy campus was law. I wish to continue in terms of value for money, given an account over the past few years as to what we would have accomplished from the Ministry of Tertiary Education and
members, please, this is about the fourth time for the day that your electronic devices have been going off. Please, on both sides, please ensure that those phones are on silent or has been switched off, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to also say that part of the expenditure from the ministry, and it's going to be a realizable dream very soon. In fact, I believe it's about to be opened. My colleague from Fortin will have the pleasure to see the opening of the new Civil Life Center, which was named after Father Jerry Panton for his significant contribution to education and training, and particularly to vocational training and the youth. This is located at Strikers Village in your constituency, Member of Parliament for Point Fortin. And again, we commend it. I could give you a whole host, but I think as we go on, we'll get some of the listing of the programs. I wish to also say that part of the expenditure and value for money was in the construction of halls of residence at NESC for the MyPart program. And member for Point Fortin, you also made mention of the fact that you're going to be accentuating the MyLad program, both of which are programs that can help substantially in the discipline and also in terms of vocational training for our young men. You would have also seen the establishment of the NESC facilities in various places in the country. I made mention of using St. Madeleine, Point Fortin, Mayaro, Labre, and the member for Labre will know that that constituency is now blessed with 2 centers of the NESC, one in Labre itself and one at Palaseco that you can utilize. And again, that's what we're saying. We have not discriminated in this ministry nor in this government. Everywhere you can find, you cannot build a society if you discriminate, particularly in terms of education and training and access and opportunity that leads to success. If you do that, you're going to be working against yourself. When I used to teach, I will tell people that if we do not do our jobs as a teacher and as a member of tutor, where my colleague from Arima would have been at one time the president of the union, they'll wait for you at your homes. They'll meet you, they will know whether you did a good job or not. Those are your true assessors. Those are your true examiners. And therefore, that is why I had such a passion and continue to do so for the young people of this country. Because education for me is the passport from poverty to prosperity. And I've always maintained and continue to do so, that the present position that we face will never be our final destination. Therefore, we continue also to provide access. In terms of the East-West Corridor, never before in the history of Trinidad and Tobago did you have a Custard campus in Sangre Grande. And I indicated the Nursing Academy at El Dorado. You didn't have, and I will make mention if I have the time, of the gate situation, where you had to indicate that you're now supporting medical students at Mona and Cave Hill and St. George's University. We have never stopped that. I have the cabinet note here that says that that policy of the quota system was started under the former PNM administration. What we are saying is that if we are building capacity at home, it makes sense rather than have our students continue to go outside, to stay at home right here and to study in the comfort at high, and I will give the cost of the training programs just now. But let me continue quickly in terms of the value for money that we would have spent in terms of constructing so many things. Renovation and extension to chemical engineering block 13 at UWI. Construction of student halls of residence at St. John's Road, St. Augustine. Upgrade of health economics unit, regional research and training center, UWI St. Augustine. Construction of a building to accommodate the seismic research station, the center, and other research and teaching services at the University of West Indies. Upgrade and expansion of student residence at Canada Hall. If you go there now, you'll see that we're refurbishing Canada Hall. Upgrade of the senior common room. All of these are opportunities. We have also expanded the University of the West Indies School of Dentistry. Construction has begun at Mount Hope. And never before, for the first time in the history of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, are we going to be, we have allocated the money, and again, Minister of Education will be able to see that, and his colleague from Maruga Tableland. Sums are allocated for the construction of a spirituality center. And one of the reasons why we did that is that, for example, there were many boys and girls who wanted to, students, or men and women who wanted to have a time of quiet prayer. There was no place on the campus. During the month of Ramadan, you'll see some of the students, the Muslim students, praying at the back of the JFK library, the Alma Jordan library that is now renamed. And as a matter of fact, what we did and we said is that this must be a place like any of the other campuses where you can have comfort and solace, where you can have opportunity if you wanted to get engaged or married or reception. That was the place that you could have gone. In addition to that, we had the construction of the teaching and learning complex on the campus at St. Augustine. The University of the Southern Caribbean was allocated $98 million for a hall of residence. And again, with 192 standard double rooms, it's a very elaborate facility. Yeah, exactly, Honorable Prime Minister. I mean, we have, as I indicated, under the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training, I can stand proudly here and tell you, we have not, and I have not discriminated. We have gone across the board, regardless of where the need is.
In education across the...
I did mention the establishment of the NESC drilling school, the establishment of the main campus of UDT at Tamana, the completion of the Antibago is not just an aside. We completed and opened in Canaan, state-of-the-art, MIC Institute of Technology and Whiteup Center. You cannot help moving from the airport to Scarborough without taking notice of that facility, but more importantly, it is serving the needs for technical and vocational training in Tobago. You would have seen also the completion of phase 1 of the Waterloo training facility of Whiteup. There's going to be a digital studio there, animation lab, cardiovascular services at Johns Hopkins and UTT. So I can go on and on, but there are some things that I wanted to get on with, so I may as well go to that section now. I wanted to spend some time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of the GATE program. My colleague, Minister Gopi Singh, Member of Parliament for Karim East, made mention of the fact that there could be some issues with respect to how the GATE program is going to be seen and conducted in the future, particularly in the context of the means test that was there before. I remember the means test. Honorable Prime Minister was quoted in one of the newspapers as saying that a means test will be on the card. I remember the means test was started in 2004, and it was disestablished in 2006. And it appears as though that may be back on the cards. And I want to advise cautiously that we be careful that we do not discriminate in terms of the means test. I know it might be easy to say, well, we will not, but the fact is that you have to ensure that there's objective criteria for the selection of these students. There are many opportunities that we could have seen, and I'm sure some of those will continue, in terms of students who are dropping out of programs, the abuse of the GATE program. We're on track with that in terms of GATE e-services. Everything was now electronic. People were switching programs. Institutions were found to be over-invoicing the government. And for the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, we were able to recover $13 million from training providers who are abusing the system. There's a GATE agreement. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, much has been done in terms of the GATE program. I did indicate that what we would have been told was the fact that there's going to be consultation. We saw that in the budget. I want to also advise the Honourable Minister of Finance to be very cautious in terms of how people access this program, because we can go the route of the United States of America in an article entitled "The College Cost Calamity," where we are really mortgaging the lives of our young graduates soon as they leave school. With respect to the GATE program, I think it's important for us to understand what is going to be happening in terms of the context of the costs. The MBBS program in Trinidad and Tobago costs TT $75,000 per student annually. At Mona, it costs $179,200. At Cave Hill, it costs $204,800 per student. And at St. George's University, it costs $307,200 per student. And we are paying all of that, and that is why we had indicated that we're looking at the quota system, so that as we reduce the quota for outside of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and build capacity at home, that is where the important decision in terms of maximizing the students' percentage and attendance in Trinidad and Tobago. So that we have quite a number of students who access the MBBS program, and I think it is important for us to continue to support the GATE program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to now move on to the on-the-job training program. The Honourable Minister of Finance indicated that he proposed to have a 20% increase in the stipends for trainees in the OJT program. I want to say that I am very happy for those students, but there are some concerns that I want to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance to be aware of. And that is the level to which the stipends can now be increased could very well jeopardize some of the employers in our society. For the first time, what we had done is there were 4 levels or categories for the OJT program. Level 1, which was CXCs. Level 2 would have been advanced proficiency, the CAPE. The level 3 would have been the degree, and the level 4 would have been postgraduate. And we introduced a new level 3, an associate degree. I want to also indicate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that while we would have increased just recently by 20 and 25% the stipends, and now we are seeing an increase, an additional 20%, Cabinet had agreed that there will be no additional costs to the private sector, training providers and employers, as the increase in the levels of the stipends to all categories of training in the program will be absorbed by the OJT program. I say that because there are some concerns in terms of the program, there's a possibility that this could, in a sense, as I say, hamper the supply of labor for the employers. When you look at the figures, for example, with the new increase of 20%, a undergraduate degree could get $7,500, a postgraduate $8,640. Why is that important? And I'm mentioning that because of the fact that the Honorable Minister of Finance indicated that there's going to be a $55 million allocation for the graduate internship program. And he did indicate in the budget speech that the graduate internship program was going to be for graduates of the universities, and I suspect any of the universities in Trinidad and Tobago. But I wanted to also ask him to consider the fact that while they may be approximating $9,000 a month, which is not going to be too far away from the increases, particularly in terms of level 4 and level 5 of the OJTs, one of the cautions that we want to advise that you take notice of is that, again, there's going to be a competition, as it were, for places in these ministries. I wish to also suggest to the Honourable Minister of Finance that we cannot build a society on academia alone. We have fought long and hard, for those of us in the education system, to ensure that we eliminate, if possible, if not reduce, but certainly to move towards eliminating the whole issue of the lack of parity of esteem between academia and vocational education.
We need to get that going.
So, one of the things that we wanted to advise against is the fact that you should not only be looking at university graduates, but you should also be looking at graduates from the technical and vocational education and training institutions. For example, none of the universities here in Trinidad and Tobago, except UTT that has now started, have any programs in aviation. It does not mean that because you may have ministries of local government and rural development and energy and so on, that they will not utilize technical skills. So I would like to suggest, for the consideration of the Honourable Minister of Finance and his winding up, that he considers including not only university graduates, but graduates of the technical and vocational education and training providers. I'll give you an example in the aviation sector. There are many persons who are now training in the aviation sector and will be coming out as graduates. And it will be useful as well to have some of them placed in ministries or agencies of these ministries. So, with respect to the internship program, one of the things, the question is being asked is, why is it that you are not utilizing the OJT program as opposed to a graduate internship program, where you have persons going to be placed in the ministries? You already have the OJT program, and you seem to be competing with now a new initiative called the graduate internship, which can create some conflict and which can create some nuances. So I want to also suggest, for the consideration of the Honourable Minister, that some mechanisms be put in place to avoid persons simply moving from contract positions where they're working, because they may not, Mr. Deputy Speaker, be getting the kind of stipends now, or the salary, if you wish, where they're working. And if they see this increase, you'll find employers are going to be clamoring that there's going to be an exodus of the employees who are now moving to OJT, especially those between the ages of 16 to 35 years old. In addition to that, I think the Honourable Minister of Finance was a bit silent in the budget in terms of what will be the contribution from the private sector. And we have to know very clearly whether the increase in the stipend, that the percentage for the employers is going to remain. There's going to be no change in that. What I'm saying is that the burden will continue to be on the OJT program as opposed to the employers. There's a simple reason for that. If you place an additional burden on the employers, you can very well find that you have increased prices that are going to be passed on, because there's going to be increased costs of running and operating their businesses. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think all of these are very important aspects that we can look at. I think it's important for us to ensure that we continue to grow this sector as strong as it can. We have seen in the past the performance of the former government, of which I was a part. We have seen the important developments in education and training. We have seen as well how many persons, I indicated, are now accessing tertiary education and skills training. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I conclude, I just want to indicate, in terms of the constituents of Chaguanas East, I had the pleasure of running a very rapid campaign in Chaguanas East, and I want to thank all constituents who supported me in that constituency. I want to say as well that just before the general elections, we are looking to address the traffic situation in Chaguanas East, and I want to commend former Minister of Works and Infrastructure, Dr. Rambachan. We had opened the roundabout, a new roundabout at Price Plaza, and that has really eased up the burden of traffic. When one passes there from Lanchback, you hardly ever have any traffic anymore. And I think that the infrastructure works, we'd like to see that continue. The Honourable Minister, the member for Laventille West, is not here, but I'm sure that he will read the Hansard. I know that there was a desire to have a ring road developed in the Chaguanas and Central area, and we look forward to that as well. But one of the major concerns, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we have in the Chaguanas East constituency is that of crime, and particularly in the enterprise area. And I want to ask my colleague, the Honourable Minister for National Security, the member for Point Fortin. During the campaign, many of the constituents would have indicated, and I made that call, that we should not only consider having a presence of the police through a police post, but a full police station will increase that level of comfort for the residents of Enterprise and environs. And we'll connect very easily with the Central Division, because you have one at Kunapia and you also have one at Longdonville, and of course you have the police headquarters in Chaguanas. I think as well, one of the things we want to examine is the whole drainage and infrastructure and flooding in the Chaguanas East constituency. That is something that we continue to grapple with, and I want to take this opportunity as well to ask the Honourable Minister of Works and Transport to ensure that we continue to get some attention over there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, everywhere we go, you would have seen development, and it is important for us to ensure that we continue this opportunity that we would have had, and we would have made good use of it. I indicated to my colleague, the member for Arima, that there is a draft bill for education and skills training, but I also want to indicate to him that when I entered the ministry, what I found was this document, a green paper, which was left by the previous government. And if this was not, in fact, it was not laid, and we ran the risk of losing about 22 million euros. And therefore, we produced a document in terms of the Policy on Tertiary Education, TVET, and Lifelong Learning. And by laying this document, it was in compliance of the requirements for the 9th EDF, and we got the sums of money to do a number of things in the tertiary sector. However, in addition to all I've said, I've also left for your consideration. I don't know if you have seen this.
Honorable member, your time has expired. I know you mentioned that you were going to conclude. Do you wish to have your time extended? Okay, kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was at the point of saying that what we would have left in the ministry, and maybe you will see a copy of this, is the future of skills, tertiary education and skills training, 2015 to 2025, which is really a roadmap of the future. So that we are very responsible and very careful to ensure that we not only talk about policies, but we documented the policies for the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say that for the work that we have done so far, we are very proud of it. We look forward to the current government continuing the work, as the member Farima, the Honourable Minister of Education, would have indicated. There is a lot of work to be done. I know that the budget makes a comment as well. There's a statement in there about history. I want to indicate to the Honourable Minister of Education, Member Farima, that while we consider history, as far as I remember, as a boy going to primary school and going to secondary school and in university, I've always been exposed to the history of Trinidad and Tobago. I would have read Dr. Eric Williams, The History of Trinidad and Tobago. I would have read documents in West Indian history by Dr. Eric Williams. I would have read Bridget Berriton, I would have read Ragats, all of those, although they talk about the planter class. But everywhere you would have information about the history of Trinidad and Tobago. In the social studies textbooks, you would find information there as well. So I want to also ensure that while we engage in curriculum engineering, it is not curriculum tinkering. And it is not going to be using curriculum to ensure that egos are inflated. It must be value added to the students and to the education community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to again ask the Honourable Minister of Finance. Much can be said about the budget. As a matter of fact, some describe the budget as tax and run. Tax the country, run it down, because of the fact that although Madam Speaker, although taxation is also seen as a revenue stream, it is sometimes seen as a disincentive to investment. It is seen as price-induced inflation because it is going to increase the cost of goods and services, and particularly in the context of the 15% hike in fuel. So with these few words, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute and to wish the other side well, and I ask the Honourable Minister of Finance to give consideration, particularly in the context of the GATE program. There are a lot of students who are expecting to continue. We have to look and see how we're going to continue the diversification of that program. I expect, Honourable Minister of Finance, that you will support the continuation of many of the programs that have started, particularly aviation and maritime. The member for Point Fortin, Minister of National Security, would also do well to, I'm sure he will have paid a visit to the utility campus in Chaguanas. What you are seeing now in Panama is the construction of the new Panama Canal, Madam Speaker. And the ships that are going to be coming through there now is going to be the Panamax ships, very, very large ocean-going vessels. And this is an opportunity, as the member for Port-au-Prince South was saying, and as also enunciated in the budget, for us to develop the skills of our young boys and girls, our men and women, to ensure that we can truly diversify the economy. We can create jobs and opportunities so that our nation can develop, but also take advantage as a center of excellence. When you look at the Chaguanas area, the peninsula, Madam Speaker, you'll see the significant yachting industry. And one of the advantages of that yachting industry is because it is just off the equator and therefore out of the hurricane belt. So many yachties will come here to service their yachts. And again, if you look at these services, I want to also recommend to the Minister of Finance and also the Honourable Minister of Education that we consider expanding the training facilities. for example, YTEP or MIC or NESC, in conjunction with UTT, for those skill opportunities in yachting services. I think it's important for us to move our society from low wage and low skill to high wage and high skill. But we can only do that if we have the heart, we have the passion, and we truly believe that we can practice with equity and also with magnanimity for all the people of this country, regardless of your color, your creed, or your race. And to me, that is what I want to commend through this budget. Many things may have been said about the budget. I have a whole set of information I could have spoken about in terms of taxation, in terms of the impact of the SME sector. But I'm sure we have not, as I indicated, this is, for me, while it is 2016 budget, it could be deemed as well 2015 and a half or 2015.5, because this budget is incomplete, and the Honorable Minister of Finance did say so, that there are going to be 6 months of consultation. Although in the budget speech you would have seen where he said that, and I want to indicate that, Madam Speaker, I just want to quote from his statement on page 2. In fashioning the 2016 budget, we have relied heavily on the policies and programs in our 2015 election manifesto, which is now official government policy. But this is the important part, and was a team effort that was several years in the making. So while we recognize the fact that he wants to have more consultation, and consultation is always an important thing, it is ironic sometimes for us when we see a document being produced and we go back to consultation as opposed to consultation first and the document being delivered. So I want to indicate that we're very proud of the work that we have done under the leadership of our former Prime Minister and now Leader of the Opposition, Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisasa. We're very proud of the work that we have accomplished in the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all the Permanent Secretary and Deputy Permanent Secretary and all the officers who have worked with us. And we look forward to a successful future with the continuity of all of these programs, which will be down to the success and the international competitiveness of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Unfortunately, no one caught my eye, so that's why I call on the Honourable Minister of Finance to wind up.
I follow the Speaker's orders. Madam Speaker, I have listened carefully to the contributions made. Madam Speaker, there's a running commentary from Oropouche, so I clear if you're protected.
Members, I know it's late at night and we might be a little restless, but let's get on with this, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've listened carefully to the contributions made by members on this side, and I wish to congratulate every single member of the PNM government who contributed in this debate, especially, Madam Speaker, the younger members, some of whom were outstanding, even though this is their first participation in the Parliament. I've also listened carefully to contributions from honourable members on the other side, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what struck me, in particular what struck me, is the commentary from the member for Oropouche East, who seems to be unable to stop talking. And Madam Speaker, what struck me about the commentary from the member for Oropouche East, the honourable member, was that he seemed to be very upset that the members on this side were examining what had occurred in Trinidad and Tobago over the last 5 years. And Madam Speaker, if I take a direct quote from the member for Oropouche East, who more or less, together with the member for Siparia, spoke on behalf of the opposition, he said, we must not look back. We must only look forward. And he uttered the incredible admonition that we on this side must say how many box drains we have constructed since the general election.
1 month.
Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government was sworn in on the 11th of September. The ministers officially went to their offices on the 14th, I believe, the 15th of September, because prior to that, we had the usual post-swearing-in consultations and briefings with respect to the protocols that should be observed by a new administration, so that we got into office on the 15th of September, Madam Speaker. But we are being told that between the 15th of September and today, we must tell them how many box drains we built in the last 3 weeks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Box drains, a symbol of waste and mismanagement, Madam Speaker, that typified the last administration. Inflated contracts, exaggerated prices, no value for money, ghost drains, Madam Deputy Speaker. But we are expected to continue this profligacy, this waste, this condomania, this mismanagement. No, Madam Speaker, that is not what we have done in the last 3.5 weeks. No, Madam Speaker. As a responsible government, what we have done is reviewed what has occurred over the last 5 years, Madam Speaker. In particular, what occurred in 2015, Madam Speaker. And the other side, Madam Speaker, they can say it as many times as they wish, but we shall not allow them to forget the corruption, the nepotism, the cronyism, the waste, and this mismanagement that distinguished the administration that immediately preceded us. We shall not allow them to forget, and we shall not allow the population to forget this, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, what I find surprising in all of this, and I shall turn now, before I come back to the leader on the other side, the opposition chief whip, let me deal now with the contribution of the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition called upon the Minister of Finance to explain how could we arrive at a budget deficit of $7 billion for fiscal 2015. The leader of the opposition complained that in June of this year, 2015, the budget deficit was only $1 billion and could not understand how the budget deficit ballooned to $7 billion by the end of the fiscal year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the only figures in Trinidad and Tobago that are subject to interpretation are the figures for gross domestic product and for employment. And that is because these figures are calculated by different agencies. So you have the central bank that looks at GDP, looks at economic growth, and you have the Central Statistical Office that looks at GDP as well, Madam Speaker. And for years, there has been a disparity between the figures produced by the Central Statistical Office and by the Central Bank with respect to the GDP, the growth or lack thereof in GDP in Trinidad and Tobago. And this was picked up by Moody's Investor Services, Madam Speaker. And this is why, one of the primary reasons why Trinidad and Tobago was downgraded under the tenure of the last outgone administration, they cited as a serious factor the lack of credible and accurate statistical data in Trinidad and Tobago. As my honorable colleague from Port-au-Prince South said, they downgraded us for a number of reasons. One of them being the absence of a economic planning framework, poor debt management, persistent budget deficits, but also the lack of accurate and credible statistical data, Madam Speaker. And that is why we put in our manifesto And that is why we will implement in fiscal 2016 the creation of an independent statistical institute. And we shall bring everybody together. We shall bring the central bank, the private sector, the labor movement, distinguished economists. Everybody will come together to sit on the board of this, and the public sector. Everybody will come together to sit on the board of this statistical institute, so that no longer would we have this argument as to whether the central bank figures are correct or whether the CSO figures are correct. And we will deal with that reason for the downgrade of Trinidad and Tobago's credit rating once and for all. But the point I am making, Madam Speaker, is that there's no dispute over the figures of revenue and expenditure. And if the Honourable Leader of the Opposition had only taken 2 minutes to look in the draft estimates of revenue for the financial year 2016, go into the review of the economy, Madam Speaker, go to the review of the local economy, page 37. Everything is here, Madam Speaker. All the figures are here, Madam Speaker. And it's the same public servants preparing these figures that prepared it when the other side was in government, Madam Speaker. Same public servants. And in this document on page 37, they state that based on revised estimates for fiscal 2015, the central government's operations are now projected to realize an overall deficit of 7,013.7 million, or 4.2% of GDP. And they explain it for those who cannot count on the other side. They say that total revenue and grants are estimated at 54.8 billion and total expenditure for fiscal 2015, 61.8 billion. And if you do the math, Madam Speaker, you come up with a deficit of $7 billion. It's simple. They earned 54 billion and they spent 62 billion approximately, Madam Speaker. That is where the deficit has come from. And I'm astonished that someone who held the office of Prime Minister for 5 years and 3 months would not even do the basic arithmetic and check the difference between revenue and expenditure. And that is how you figure out what happened to the deficit, Madam Speaker. And the fact is that when you actually go to the figures, what are the facts? The leader of the opposition complained that in June, the deficit was only 1 billion. That was true. It was only 1 billion in June. But then a curious thing happened in June. The Honourable Member for Siparia announced the date of the general election. And they just went crazy, Madam Speaker, so that the deficit in June was 1.03 billion. These are the figures given to me by the Budgets Division, by the Treasury. It ballooned in July. 1 month later, the deficit ballooned from 1.03 billion to 3.2 billion, Madam Speaker. In 1 month, they increased the deficit by $2 billion. They threw all caution to the wind. So, and you know, what surprises me is that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition didn't know this was going on in Trinidad and Tobago. All these contracts that they were awarding, $900 million in legal fees, $500 million for helicopters. They didn't know they were doing this, Madam Speaker. So they didn't know that after the announcement of the election date at the beginning of June, that they just went crazy when it comes to spending the people's money, Madam Speaker. So it went from 1.03 in June, 3.2 in July, to 7 billion by the election, by September, Madam Speaker. Those are the facts. Facts, you know, facts are funny, stubborn things. You can't run from them. So I would counsel honourable members. I know the truth hurts. I know. Up to that time, the Minister of Finance was restraining expenditure and so on in light of the downturn in oil prices, the collapse of oil prices. Up to that time, up to June. But as soon as the election date was announced and panic set in over on that side, they just let go. And they managed to take the deficit from 1 billion to 7 billion in just 3 months, Madam Speaker. And those are the facts. And in fact, when we do the closing of the accounts in December, It may be worse because there's a lot of expenditure outside there and the bills only now coming in, Madam Speaker. So for all we know, the deficit is really 8 billion. And we will report to this Parliament and to the national population as to what occurred in 2015. And I will go back to what you did, Madam Speaker, through you, what they did in 2015. But let's go back to what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was telling us. And in particular, let me go, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition said that they had made all sorts of arrangements to bring in revenue so that the deficit would be at a comfortable level in 2015. And among the things listed by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was $1 billion loan. Have you ever heard, Madam Speaker, of a loan for recurrent expenditure? But it came straight out of the mouth of the Leader of the Opposition, that they had negotiated a $1 billion loan just before the election for budgetary support in fiscal 2015. Why would a government do that? Why would you go to the commercial banking sector and try to raise $1 billion to pay recurrent expenditure? The only reason you do that is you know that you bust the treasury and you have no money, and therefore you have to go and get a loan to pay salaries. And, Madam Speaker, there was also a reference to 4 billion plus from Trinidad Generation Unit, unlimited repayment of past lending. Madam Speaker, when I got into the Ministry of Finance, the paperwork for this $1 billion loan for recurrent wasn't done. The paperwork for the Trinidad TGU repayment of past lending wasn't done. We had to scramble to finalize the various guarantees and legal opinions to get this $1 billion, because if we didn't get it, Madam Speaker, if we didn't get it, because the overdraft reached $8.8 billion within a couple weeks of us getting inside there. The overdraft reached $8.8 billion, and this is with an instruction from the Minister of Finance that no new contracts are to be entered into. So there are no new obligations on the part of the government, no new contracts, but the overdraft hit $8.8 billion when the limit is $9 billion. To enough money to run the country for 2 days. So if myself and the Attorney General and the dedicated public servants in the Ministry of Finance, for whom I must give all credit, did not do what we had to do, we would not have been able to pay salaries in September of 2015, Madam Speaker. With respect to the TGU, nothing was completed there, no legal opinion, no guarantee, paperwork not done. Again, myself and the Attorney General had to scramble. And even so, TGU could only raise 150 million US, so 950 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars out of the 4 billion, Madam Speaker. So all of this talk about they had put arrangements in place was a pure fantasy on the part of the Leader of the Opposition. What really wonders what was going on in that government in this last year when they threw all caution to the wind. And let me give you an example of, the things that they said and the things that they did. I heard the Honourable Member for Oropouche East come into this Parliament today and accuse the Honourable Prime Minister, this Prime Minister, my Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, of using the state helicopters since he was appointed as Prime Minister. He actually went on to say that the Honourable Prime Minister used it to go to Tobago. Well, I wish to put on the record that the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Keith Rowley, has not visited Tobago since September 7th, whether by sea, but you can't go by land because we didn't build the $28 billion bridge they wanted to build, or by air. The Honourable Prime Minister has not visited Tobago using any form of transportation.
He personally knows that.
Any form of transportation. But the Honourable Member for Oropouche East claimed that the Honourable Prime Minister used one of the government helicopters to go to Tobago. He hasn't even visited Tobago. And I asked the Honourable Prime Minister, because I want to put this on the record, that has he travelled on any government helicopter anywhere since he was appointed as Prime Minister? And the answer is an unequivocal no. So he has not traveled on the air taxi in Trinidad, and he has not traveled on it in Tobago, and he has not traveled on it between Trinidad and Tobago or anywhere else in the world, Madam Speaker. You have to really wonder, why would the member for Oropouche come and put those untruths on the record? But let me give you another untruth. Let me give you another untruth. The honourable member for Oropouche, in attempting to explain away the strange acquisition of 5 helicopters for over $500 million from Bell, alleged unjustifiably tried to implicate the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, and even called him by name, Mr. Vishnu Paul, and said it's Dan Paul who approved the acquisition of the helicopters. Madam Speaker, I don't know why I say Deputy. I put it to you, and I'm going to prove it to you now, that the honourable member for Oropouche East is a stranger to the truth. And let me prove it now.
Privileges number 2.
Let me prove it. The honourable member for Oropouche East referred to a letter written by the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, which spoke to the acquisition of the helicopters. And although he did not produce a copy of the letter, he was reading it from his phone. And he said this proves that it was the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance who approved the award of the contract and the acquisition of the helicopters. I refer you, Madam Speaker, to National Security Council minute number 1001, dated January the 8th, 2015. And I would like you to take careful note, Madam Speaker, of the fact that the alleged letter written by the PS in Finance is dated February 27, 2015. So it is more than 1 month after this National Security Minute. And let us see what this says. Contract approval for the acquisition of light and medium twin helicopters and other services for the National Operations Center. Note number NSCS 1432 was considered. And the National Security Council agreed to the revised budget of $543 million for the acquisition of 4 LTH helicopters, 1 MTH helicopter and other services by the National Operations Center, to the acquisition of 4 LTH and 1 MTH helicopters by the National Operations Center to be partially financed via a government guaranteed loan in the amount of US 81 million or TT 515 million, that the Ministry of Finance finalize the terms and conditions of the loan, that the Minister of Finance be authorized to issue a government guarantee, to the pending issuance of the guarantee, the Minister of Finance be authorized to issue a letter of guarantee, that the permanent secretary to the Prime Minister be authorized to issue the letter of intent to the supplier in the interim. So the National Security Council on the 8th of January approved the acquisition of these helicopters in the sum of $543 million. And the member for Oropouche East was a member of the National Security Council. Is he suffering from amnesia? Did he not know that he sat in a meeting of the National Security Council in January 2015 and approved the acquisition of these helicopters for over $500 million, $500 million? But let's go further. I have in my possession a copy of the minute. Matter considered by the National Security Council, January the 8th, 2015. Decision confirmed by the chairman of the National Security Council on the 15th of January 2015. Signed by Kamla Prasad Bisesa.
What?
Look at here. Signed by then chairman of the National Security Council, Kamla Prasad Bisesa. So it was the former Prime Minister, the former National Security Council, of which the member for Oropouche East was a member, who approved the acquisition, the cost, and the financing for those helicopters. Yet that honourable member came into this house and tried to implicate innocent public servants in their mischief. Shame on you, member for Oropouche East. Shame on you. And that's how I said I could prove that honourable member is a stranger to the truth.
Was it a big deal?
You lie on the man. Now let's move on, Madam Speaker. Let's move on. Madam Speaker, they have asked me to indicate what are the one-off items of extraordinary expenditure in fiscal 2016, even though it has been said over and over and over, Madam Speaker. I will tell them and the national community for the record. When we came in, we had to close a gap, a financing gap between revenue and expenditure of over $20 billion, Madam Speaker. We had all sorts of options available to us. The local private sector was saying, remove the gas subsidy in its entirety, raise taxes, cut back on expenditure, leading to retrenchment and so on. We listened to them. We partially increased the price of fuel just by 15% because we have to have a national dialogue on whether that $1 billion could be better spent helping the poor and the indigent and going where it really is needed rather than being used to subsidize fuel. We need to talk about these things as a country, Madam Speaker. We need to talk about GATE. These are things that we as a country need to speak about. That administration was afraid to tackle these things, was afraid to deal with it. And that is how, if you go into the documents, Madam Speaker, if you go into the review of the economy, what are you going to see? When you look, Madam Speaker, at expenditure, let's look at expenditure. How much money was spent in 2010? How much money was spent in 2015, Madam Speaker? And you see the expenditure going from 46 billion to 63 billion during their tenure, Madam Speaker. 33% increase. But let's look at some other figures. It's very important because they don't want us to look back. But I have a responsibility to consider what happened in the past so I don't repeat the mistakes they made. So let's look, Madam Speaker, let's look at page 75 of the review of the economy. Let's look at petrochemical production. What was petrochemical production in 2010, Madam Speaker? Ammonia, 5,600,000 tons, or 5.6 million tons. What was the production of ammonia in 2015, just before they demitted office, Madam Speaker? 3.4 million tons, Madam Speaker. So the production of ammonia at Point Lisas, and you've heard the Point Lisas company speak about these things, about how they were starved of. Thanks. Yes. You heard of the Point Lisas companies complain about how they lost billions of dollars during the period because they were starved of natural gas. And you see it in the production figures. When they came in, we were producing 5.6 million tons of ammonia. When they went out, we were producing 3.4 million tons of ammonia. Madam Speaker, urea, when they came in, we were producing 701,000 tons of urea. When they went out, 297,000. Urea production gone down by over 50%, Madam Speaker. Methanol, when they came in, methanol production was 6.2 million tons, Madam Speaker. When they went out, 4 million tons. 30% decrease. That is the production of petrochemicals. Between 30 and 50% decrease under their stewardship. That is the legacy I've left for Trinidad and Tobago. The total production of petrochemicals, Madam Speaker, dropped from about 12 million tons down to just about 8 million tons, Madam Speaker. That's their legacy. Let's look at natural gas production. When they came in, we were producing 4,372 SCF of natural gas. When they went out, we were producing 3,886. Natural gas production went down. Madam Speaker, that is their legacy. That is their legacy. If you go through the figures, Madam Speaker, everything went down. The petroleum industry decreased by 18% at current prices, Madam Speaker. That, yes, expenditure went up and everything went down. They increased expenditure in the public domain from 46 billion to 63 billion, 33% increase. But production going down, manufacturing going down, chemicals going down, oil production going down. That is their legacy. That is what they have handed to us. And imagine I have to hear the member for Oropouche East tell me that Alutrint is our problem, we have to deal with it. Madam Deputy Speaker, they cancel the contract. They put this country into arbitration. They have incurred legal fees. They have given us the prospect of having to pay out considerable sums to Alutrint because of the capricious and whimsical manner in which they operated, Madam Speaker. But it's our problem. It's our problem. We have to deal with it. You hear the cavalier manner in which they deal with things. Let's deal with cash balances. Because I heard the Honourable Leader of the Opposition make an astonishing statement that every year, the overdraft is in deficit as you come towards the end of the financial year.
She doesn't know better.
Madam Speaker, let me tell you what the facts are. Because, you know, we have to deal with facts, not with fiction. So what was the cash balance in the central bank in September 2009, the end of the fiscal year? A positive balance in credit of $9.3 billion under the PNM, Madam Speaker. That was the cash balance at the end of the fiscal year in 2009. Yet the Leader of the Opposition tried to explain away the fact that they bust the overdraft because according to the Leader of the Opposition, you're always in overdraft at the end of the fiscal year.
The financial crash.
And that was the year, as the Honourable Member is reminding me, that was just after the financial crash, the global financial crash. And we still had $9.3 billion in credit at the central bank. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm hearing a noise. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm hearing a noise from Karim East. September 30th, 2010. Positive cash balance, $4.5 billion. September 30th, 2011. Positive cash balance, $2.4 billion. You see it going down? Start off under PNM at $9.3 billion. They come in, gone down to 4.5, gone down to 2.4. September 30th, 2012, 1.6, continuing its steady downward trajectory. September 30th, 2013, minus $4.5 billion, Madam Deputy Speaker. So between September 2009 and September 2013, our balances at the central bank went from positive $9.3 billion to minus $4.5 billion. And then, of course, they hand us the gift as we come in with our cash balances almost at minus $9 billion in September 2015. The only years, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the cash balances at the central bank were in overdraft was under them in 2013 and 2014, because by then they had spent the surpluses they found in the Treasury when they took over from the PNM in May 2010, Madam Speaker. So that debunks that.
Dishonest.
All these years, positive cash balances at the end of the fiscal year, as soon as my predecessor takes over, deficit, overdraft, taking us from 9.3 in 2009, positive billion, to 9 billion minus in 2015, Madam Speaker. Let's deal now with how they were financing this thing. They weren't telling the country the truth. They were pretending. They were just increasing expenditure, 46 billion, 50 billion, 54 billion, 56 billion, 60 billion, like money was going out of style. Like I had a money tree in the Treasury, Madam Speaker. But let's see what the facts are. In 2010, the dividends taken by the state from the National Gas Corporation, $650 million. In 2011, $350 million. In 2012, $965 million. In 2013, $1.5 billion. In 2014, $4.9 billion. And in 2015, $5.3 billion. That is how they financed the deficit between revenue and expenditure. It wasn't growing the economy, because the economy was stagnant. It wasn't increasing new revenue streams, because that wasn't happening. It wasn't diversification, because Moody's told us that wasn't happening. And we in Trinidad and Tobago knew that. You know how they ran this country? They took $13.6 billion out of the cash reserves of the National Gas Corporation during their tenure, Madam Deputy Speaker. They sell FCB. That is how they financed the deficit between revenue and expenditure. And they didn't tell the country what was happening. They didn't explain anything. And then when oil prices collapse, they mammogai the population to say there's a $7 billion deficit and they're going to cut back on expenditure. Cut back what? They just spend money wild between June and September 2015. So that deals with that. And let me deal with another point, Madam Speaker. I see they complaining about the offer by the People's National Movement to the trade union movement for funding for institutional strengthening, for training, for restructuring, to assist our trade unions to become entrepreneurial and so on. I see they're complaining about that. They're complaining. They're saying that the People's National Movement is trying to bribe the trade union movement. That's $15 million allocated for the entire trade union movement. Because between NATOC and J2, they represent all trade unions in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know how many they are, but it's a very large number, Madam Speaker. So $15 million was to be divided between NATOC and J2 for institutional strengthening, for training, for restructuring, and so on. We want to help the trade union movement. And NATOC said they will take the money, but J2 say, root out all the corruption in the state enterprises first. That was their position. They said there's too much corruption left by the former administration. Root it out, bring people to justice. All those people who stole, bring them to justice. And when you do that, then we will sit down with you and talk about this allocation of $15 million. I congratulate them for that. A principled stand from the Joint Trade Union Movement. Principled stand. They say root out the corruption of the PP. And when you finish, we will sit down and talk about assisting the trade union movement. But let me tell you what they did, Madam Speaker, these political hypocrites on that side. I have in my possession Cabinet Minute number 1531, dated May 29, 2014.
48-4, Madam Speaker. Insulting language.
Political hypocrite.
But, Honorable Member, 48.4 says, it shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of either house or to threaten a member.
We are members of the House.
I'd ask you to rephrase that.
Oh, Madam Speaker. The political amnesiacs on the other side. Yes, because you suffer from political amnesia, Madam Speaker, through you. Because I have in my possession Cabinet Minute 1531 of 2014. And look at the headline. Provision of funding to the PSA. The PSA. One trade union. To assist with the management of the transition process. And it goes on. Cabinet agreed to the provision of funds in the sum of $10 million. $10 million to one trade union to assist with the management of the transition process, to provide support to the PSA, to review the existing IT infrastructure of the PSA and so on. $10 million. One trade union. But, Madam Speaker, these political amnesiacs. Can't remember this.
Repeat the date.
Cabinet Minute.
May 29, 2014. Sometime after that. Sometime after that. The candidate in Tobago, sometime after that. $10 million to the Public Services Association. But it's right to give the PSA $10 million. But it's wrong to give all the trade unions in Trinidad and Tobago. It could be 100 of them. $15 million, Madam Speaker.
PP style. PP style.
So, let's deal with this IMF bogey as well, Madam Speaker. We asked the public servants in the Ministry of Finance, and I have to say the dedicated public servants in the Ministry of Finance, who have been maligned and slandered in this Parliament here tonight. We asked them to give us the fiscal numbers, and we asked for some experts from the IMF to come and look at the numbers and to check them, double check them, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, they looked at the fiscal balances, they looked at the debt, they looked at the expenditure, they looked at the revenue, and the IMF team was able to confirm what the public servants were telling us, what is contained in these documents, in the review of the economy, in the estimates of revenue. They were able to confirm that these numbers are accurate. So we utilize the expertise of experts to let us check the numbers, to understand the true state of, so that when I get up and speak in this house on behalf of the People's National Movement government, I could speak with confidence. That I'm not whooping. So the public servants did the examination, and the experts looked at the numbers and validated the numbers and said, yes, this information is correct. Yeah, well, you live and learn, eh? So, Madam Speaker, let's move on now. They don't seem to understand how to run a country, Madam Speaker. They don't seem to understand how to run a country. What else did the other side tell us? What else? They didn't tell us that they gave PSA $10 million. They didn't tell us that they bust the Treasury in the last 3 months of the fiscal year. They didn't tell us that when you look at the indicators, you see a horror story of mismanagement and waste. They didn't tell us that. They spent all of their time playing to the gallery and not dealing with the fiscal measures, Madam Speaker. I would have expected that any responsible opposition would come into this parliament, as we have done in this parliament for the last several years. I distinctly remember the last response from the leader of the opposition in this very parliament, Madam Speaker, before he was unceremoniously tossed out. And I remember the words, if he will allow me to say this. I remember as the honourable member for Diego Martin West was leaving, he said, you could throw me out, but I will return as Prime Minister. Prophetic words. Prophetic. But I distinctly remember the leader of the former leader of the opposition, the honourable member for Diego Martin West, in giving the response to the budget, the last one, the one before this, and before that, giving alternatives, Madam Speaker, giving the PNM's plans and programs, telling the country what the PNM would do if it was elected to office in 2015. And I would have expected, instead of hearing all of this delusional talk on that side, it's delusional. Only losers, Madam Deputy Speaker, check, but Madam Speaker, I'm so sorry. Only losers count the votes of people who have not voted. Who does that? Who does that? Who counts the votes? Who counts and claims the votes of people who have not voted? Madam Deputy Speaker, the whole world, in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in India, in Australia, we don't count those who didn't vote, we count those who voted. And the facts are, Madam Speaker, the facts are that I am very sorry for my honourable members opposite. I am very sorry. The fact is, when you look at the numbers, the members opposite, the group to which they belong, which is the UNC plus the Congress of the Person, they lost 100,000 votes between 2010 and 2015. They lost 100,000 votes. And you know, so coincidental, Madam Speaker, the PNM gained 100,000 votes. PNM went from 12 seats in 2010 to 23 seats in 2015. Double. They went from 29 seats to 18 seats in 2015. And the PNM got the popular vote. I feel sorry. I saw a psychiatrist the other day. I think his name is Dial Singh.
Yes, my cousin.
Is your relative?
My cousin.
Making the point that, you know, there are a whole series of stages after you lose an election. Depression, resentment, denial, disillusionment, Madam Speaker. Anger. I am satisfied that the other side is in denial. But going forward now, because they have lost the election, because they were rejected by the population, because the population couldn't take it anymore. From 2010 to now, there have been 7 elections. 2 general elections, 2 local government elections, Tobago House of Assembly, and so on, Madam Speaker. 7 elections, by-elections and so on. 7. And of the 7 elections between 2010 and 2015, the other side won 2. The ILP won 1, and the PNM won 4. So there's been a steady wave message coming from the population since 2013, Madam Speaker. And really, what the other side needs to do is to apologize to the population. You need to repent. Repent and recant. That is the way, that is the only way to salvation. You must first repent and recant. You know, the 7 stages of acceptance. You must repent, you must recant, you must apologize to the population. Because what happened on September 7th wasn't a mirage. It really happened. You lost. The population rejected you, and Madam Speaker, is not to say that you won't come back. Maybe in the year 2035, I don't know. I don't know. But let's go to serious matters now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2017, I have already indicated the areas where we are going to get one-off inflows of extraordinary expenditure. We're going to get dividends from National Gas. We're going to get repayment of past lending from Trinidad Generation Unlimited. We're going to get inflows from the Phoenix Park IPO. And we're going to get repayment of bonds from Colonial Life, Madam Speaker. I've already said that. The number is there. The figures are well known, Madam Speaker. We don't need to repeat them. And Madam Speaker, you see, they don't read. Go and read the documents. Everything is there. And Madam Speaker, we have already said that in 2017 we still have the disposal of the Republic Bank shares. That will help us in 2017. So what's going to happen in 2018, Madam Speaker? Well, we expect a lot to happen. If you go to the Price Waterhouse pre-budget bulletin, they estimate, Price Waterhouse estimates, they have described our revenue collection system in the worst possible terms. When you read what Price Waterhouse is saying about the revenue collection system in Trinidad and Tobago, it is simply atrocious. Deficient human resources, inadequate management capability, inadequate staff development, lack of control for budgetary allocations, inadequate employee compensation, high instances of corrupt practices, inefficient systems for internal audit, inadequate information exchange, and so on and so on. That is our current revenue collection situation. And this is Price Waterhouse saying it, not me. And they say if we reform our revenue collection system, we could earn at least $5 billion in additional revenue, Madam Speaker, and that is why we will, with proper consultation with the representative trade unions, we will introduce a revenue authority to get that $5 billion. And, Madam Speaker, let me also say, when I look at the projections for natural gas, sure, definitely.
Your 45 minutes have expired. May I ask, do you intend to use the additional 10 minutes?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I apologize. Yes, I do. I intend to use my additional 10 minutes.
Sorry. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 14th day of October, 2015 at 1:30 p.m.
Honorable members, I am on my legs. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 14th October at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 14th of October, 2015 at 1:30 p.m.
As indicated by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the 6th sitting in the first session of the 11th Republican Parliament, which took place on Tuesday, October 13, 2015, has been adjourned. This is the Parliament Broadcasting Network on cable channel 11, 105.5 FM, and on the internet at www.ttparliament.org. We invite you to stay tuned for continued programming and join us tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 p.m. for the 7th sitting of the House of Representatives in the first session of the 11th Republican Parliament. Good night.